and traveling around the country, but still he makes sure he is here. Mr. Hidayat, who was in Amma Bangalore, and thank you Hidayat sir to being on time. Mr. Sachin, Mr. Ravindra ji, who is my senior, and it's good to see my senior from InSearch. And before we start, and I wanted to start by asking our Managing Director, Ms. Preeti Mishra, to give the opening speech. A big round of applause for Preeti Mishra, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone. It is a great honor and privilege to welcome you to the Pune edition of Makers of Bharat Multi-City Event 2026. On behalf of Mashmix Media and Dynamic Manufacturing India, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Prakash Mahanvankar, for gracing this occasion in his presence. A special welcome to our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Uday Narang, founder and chairman of Omega Seki Mobility, and Mr. Hidayat, executive director of Trump India. Over the past few months, the Makers of Bharat journey has traveled across India, creating a vibrant platform for industry leaders, MSMEs, innovators, and manufacturing professionals to connect, collaborate, and share knowledge. The tremendous success of Belgavi and Hosur edition reaffirmed the strength, resilience, and potential of India's manufacturing ecosystem as it advances towards global leadership. Today's theme, quality as a competitive advantage, elevating Indian manufacturing to global standards, could not be more relevant. As India accelerates its journey towards becoming a global manufacturing powerhouse, quality must evolve from being a compliance requirement to becoming a strategic business advantage. Organizations that embrace precision, innovation, sustainability, and continuous improvement will be best positioned to compete and succeed in global markets. We are privileged to have an exceptional panel of industry leaders with us today. I extend my sincere thanks to our moderator, Mr. Yogesh, and our distinguished panelists. I would also like to acknowledge our presentation partners and knowledge contributors, ExxonMobil India, Mapos India, Supply Point, QVI India, CMTI, Central Manufacturing Technology Institute, the Association of Manufacturing Technology, EcoDispose, and Kellenberger. Their commitment to advancing manufacturing excellence continues to create meaningful value for the industry. My sincere appreciation goes to all the sponsors, partners, speakers, delegates, industry associates, and the entire Mashmix Media team. As we continue this exciting journey, I'm delighted to announce that the next chapter of Makers of Bharat will be held at Radisson Blu on 17th of July 2026 in Ludhiana. We look forward to engaging with dynamic manufacturing community of Northern India and continue this important conversation that supports the vision of Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. Makers of Bharat हा उपक्रम देशभरातील उद्योगांना एकत्र आणण्याचे आणि एकमेकांकडून शिकण्याचे एक व्यासपीठ आहे. आपण सर्वांना सहकार्यामुळे हा प्रवास अधिक यशस्वी होत आहे. पुन्हा एकदा सर्व मान्यवर व्यक्ती, प्रायोजक आणि उपस्थितांचे मनपूर्वक आभार. Thank you for joining us today. I wish you all an engaging, insightful, and productive event. Have a wonderful day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeti. And before we formally begin today's proceeding, we would commence the traditional lamp lighting ceremony symbolizing wisdom, knowledge, positivity, and continuous pursuit of excellence. May I request our distinguished dignitaries to kindly be on stage. Professor Dr. Prakash A. Mahanvar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Punyalok Ahilya Devi Holkar, Solapur University. Dr. Uday Narang, Founder and Chairman, Omega Seki Mobility. Mr. M. Hidayat, Executive Director, Trump India. Mr. Cosimo Chereda, Managing Director, Mapos India. Mr. Krishna Rathod, Scientist, CMTI, Central Manufacturing Technology Institute. And can we have our team. Preeti? That's it, sir. Thank you. Can we have a group photo? Thank you. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries. As this lamp shines brightly, may it inspire new ideas, meaningful collaborations, and a shared commitment towards making India a globally respected manufacturing destination. To set the tone for today's, it's my honor to invite our guest of honor, Professor Dr. Prakash A. Mahanwar, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Punya Slok Ahilya Devi Holkar, Solapur University, Solapur. Can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Prakash?
Good morning. Right at the beginning, let me apologize for my bad throat. You will understand the situation. It's really a great pleasure for me to be here amongst the stalwarts in the industry. Of course, I'm academician, and you are the manufacturers. But this blend has to come together, without which nothing will happen. We all studied, prosper ourselves, make yourself available to prosper others, because prospering yourself doesn't make any sense unless until others are prosper with you, and they appreciate your whatever work you are doing. And that is what very important in the life of any human being. As we know, human beings are the learners from birth to death. There is nothing that you are accomplished completely. So learning is at every stage of your life. Now, let's consider the primary education, secondary education, higher education. There are different stages. Of course, this corona pandemic has changed the situation. Now, primary is still intact. We are sending very seriously our kids to schools compulsorily. Secondary, yes, little difficult. There was a phenomena called take admission, sit at home, go to classes, and you can appear for the exam, no need to go to college or in the institute. Higher education went ahead one step, not to go to college, not to go to class, but get the good marks. I don't know how the good marks are getting, and we are responsible for that. I blame ourselves also. But I think the situation has to change. मॅडम मराठीत बोलल्या, मराठीमध्ये एक म्हण आहे, छडी लागे छमछम विद्या ये घमघम, ह्या पूर्वीपासूनची एक स्लोगन आहे. आणि इट्स रिअली फॅक्ट. जोपर्यंत तुम्ही कष्ट करणार नाही, रवी सर मगाशी बोलत होते, कष्ट करणार नाही तोपर्यंत तुम्हाला काहीही मिळणार नाही. पलंगावर बसून सगळ्या गोष्टी मिळणार नाहीत. दॅट इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. बट देन what is the starting point? The root. Everybody knows education is the only medicine, only food for your prosperity. Of course, along with education, you need your internal ideas to come forward and take the, so join the hands with the education. I think that's what you all are doing. You did your masters, you did, I don't think many of you must be PhD. PhD is not essential to go, be an expert, be great in business. Even 11 pass, 12 pass, BCom, BA, BSc, there is no need that you should be engineer. I don't know how many of you are engineers who are in this manufacturing business. Very few. Many times it happens that commerce fellow can do great thing and hire many more PhDs in his business. And that is what the collaboration is needed. That is what, now this BCom fellow is doing good business with the support of knowledge, who is an engineer, who is a chemist, and who is enjoying? A BCom graduate. Why not? Because he is applying his mind and getting the thing extracted from these engineers, great chemists. Now today, there is little gap between this commerce fellow, who is doing good business, and the teachers who are making this product from our factory. I say the institutions, academic institutions, our students are our product. And their performance speaks about what we do at the classrooms. Now, there is a big difference, big gap. I think from a pandemic, it's still going up and up, the gap between industry and academia. We at university get good students, variety of students. At your industry, you have particular quality tested raw material which comes in and get very good quality product out of it. So consistency is there. Input consistency is there, so output consistency is going to be there. At universities, at institutions, the input quality is varied. But nobody has same IQ level. But thinking capacities are good at each and every level. Only thing you'll have to direct them. Up to 12th, it's a nurturing of minds. And after 12th, at higher education, the sharpening of minds, sharpening of the skills, what they have come across about up to 12th or up to graduate in some cases. So universities or higher education institutes, they sharpen the skills of minds which are being developed. And that's why I think now we are also insisting our institutions to make it compulsory that students should visit the classrooms. Students should not sit in the restaurant or cafeteria and get the good numbers, 9.8 CGPA, GPA, not necessary. Even my 5.7 CGPA definitely will work very good. Yes, is a practical hand. He or she will have good practical hand. Now, I have very good numbers, but I don't have practical hand. Why? I have all the skills with me. I have learned lot many things in the theory. Then why I don't have a good practical hand? If I'm getting good numbers, if I'm getting 9.7, 9.8, 9.9 CGPA scale, but still I fail at R&D level or applying my knowledge at the shop floor level. Why this happen? This happens with the gap between you and the academia. Basically, I am also a polymer chemist. I am from Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. Earlier it was called UDCT University of Mumbai or Bombay University. We have very good association, interaction with industry, and that's how we known to many industries by name itself, ICT itself. I'm basically a polymer chemist, polymer engineer. We always compete metals, what you talk about. We always think, I mean, of course, my core research area is polymer composites and new surface coating materials, because surface makes feel, and that feel makes you feel good. Without that, nothing happens. ambience makes a difference. That's how surface makes a difference. So packing makes difference, and that my surface coating makes difference. So at our institute, we have masters in science, masters in engineering, masters in technology, becoming BTech, MTech, and MSc. Now we have started MBA. And from there, having good exposure to industry and academia, of course, ICT, IITians, why they are performing well, not because they are taught well. We at such institute, we don't teach. We learn from them. We see what they are doing. We take out their ideas and shape them. With their ideas only, you shape their ideas with their hands. We make them work. We don't teach. Unless until you work on your own, nothing gives you better experience. That gives you more and more skills. And now, what we need to, because your association called Makers of Bharat, by 2047, we look forward India to be Mahasatta. In what way? I think I was talking to somebody was saying, what is the total budget for academics, for education in the country? What is the budget for the defense? What is the budget for other activities? I think it's a meager budget available for the academics or education. We need to concentrate. Our policymakers need to concentrate. You all are policymakers, you all are industry people, all are entrepreneurs, and you are thinking about how to make India. And by 2047, what will be India, that's what you are imagining and working in that direction. Now, to make India, money is not the only criteria. Having money power is not the only Mahasatta. What I say is different. I say Mahasatta, India Mahasatta banegi. जरूर बनेगी, बननी है, लेकिन मैं महासत्ता वो तब जानूंगा जब मेरे कंट्री में एक भी आदमी, एक भी लिविंग बीइंग भूखा नहीं रहेगा रात को, एक भी माँ बाप वो वृद्धाश्रम में नहीं जाएंगे. That is my Mahasatta Bharat, that is my Vikarshit Bharat. Abhi, to do all these things, we all have to come together. Industry partners, industry should come forward. Academicians should come forward. We should not remain ourselves closed in the classrooms. We should be little out. I think my colleague, Dr. Kakandikar, he joined this so big group in manufacturing fraternity people. Same way, we also have 2-3 associations. We have one of the association which is 75-year-old, but that is in the field of polymers and paint and surface coating. Why these associations needs to be there, why the academicians needs to interact with you people. We have theoretical information, we have theories, what we learn, what we teach. We also have theoretical advanced knowledge, but the knowledge has to be practiced. And unless and until the knowledge is not being practiced, that knowledge will not have value. Now, this up to you people, how to take the knowledge from academia and make use of for the market, for the society. There are new technologies are coming up. People say AI will make a lot of difference in the human lives. Yes, it is going to make. But then, is it that it will snatch the job? No. Because after all, whatever technology available is being created, adapted by the human being. Now, what is our role? What is academician's role? What is academia role? And what is the industry role? These are two streams. Our product is your raw material, and your product, your society product. So this flow has to continue. There is little gap coming, or the narrowing is being happening. The academicians are making themselves in a closed cell, and industry people, they are still hesitating to approach to academia. Of course, they are approaching for a skilled manpower. Everybody want a person with great skills, Whatever I need, that kind of skill should be there in manpower which I am going to hire. But where from these skills are going to come? Are these skills are going to come from only from the books? Are these skills are coming only from the classrooms? Then there would not have been laboratories. Why these laboratories are? Laboratories are miniaturization of what your products, what your operations in your industries which are happening around. We work out in the laboratory, we teach chemical reactions in a very small container, 200 ml to 500 ml container. Now look at the production skills which are available. No industry manufacture any product less than 50 kg. Even a very costly product which I developed the technology, that was the product cost that time, it was in 2005. That time it was 1,80,000 rupees per kg. And the total production that time in our country was only 3.5 kg per month. Today the total production has gone up in our country is something like 17 kg per month. Whereas at the same time, the product which were developed at our laboratories and commercialized in China, and the capacity was 80 kg per month. The volume is big, the operations are big. What here we operated in laboratory was at a very small scale, and what operations we had at the industry as big scale. And from small scale to a big scale or large scale, there is a lot of difference in thermodynamics, heat transfer, mass transfer, fuel flow, and so many factors are there which we try to understand at the smaller level and take it to the commercial level. Now this gap, this distance from lab to your production, that needs to be closed or needs to be narrowed down, and that narrowing will be possible only when industry, academia comes together. And that's why I openly appeal all of you, please do visit the academic institutes, do visit my own university, do see what raw material we have, guide the raw material what we have, and try to pick up a good out of it for your shop floor. Because without our product, you are not going to work out. Nothing is going to happen. That's definitely sure, definitely for sure. You take it from your clerk to your managing director of a plant, work director of your plant. Everywhere our product is essential, without which nothing can happen. So now, if we know this is situation, then why to ignore, why to keep them away from your activities? Try to pull them inside, give them some insights. Maybe I always request my students, my colleagues, faculty colleagues, you arrange industry visits of our students. Many times they ask, why, what is the use of that? They will go just roam around in the plant, they will visit their cafeteria, they will see their offices, account office, their administrative office. What is going to be a big difference? No, it makes a lot of difference. Just watching some of things happening around makes lot many things. Sometimes it gives you lot many ideas which can make a really a great thing for any industry. During my student life, I think of 3 years, our time, the BTech at ICT was for only 3 years. In those 3 years, our group, our class, it was very small class of 16 people. I'm from polymer and another co-group was from surface coating. We visited 96 industries. We had an internship of 1.5 months. It was compulsory. It was not paid. But the exposure what we got in those industrial visits and those internships in plant training, what we used to call, it made us to think to what I need to do next after my graduation. So this is what the change what we have. Now we are implementing NAP 2020. During our time, there was no such a flexibility. Now there is a flexibility in the curricula also. There is a credit framework available. There is IK systems available. There are open electives available. So there is a gap, there is a space for putting your requirements in the curricula itself, so that you get the skilled manpower of your own interests. So almost 40% syllabus, 40% curricula will be industry oriented. There was there was not available the flexibility of introducing a new area, new syllabi in your curricula. You have the teacher has to teach what you have been mentioned in the framework of. Now there is a flexibility. I was talking to somebody, I think there is a scarcity of skilled manpower for ceramics, glass, I think sheet metals, and various areas. Of course, sheet metals or glass, ceramics is very important area for your organizations or your manufacturing units. And glass, definitely ceramics, there were few courses. I think Dadavpur University has the BTech in ceramics and glass. They closed down because there is a hard work is involved. You must be knowing Tata Group or the Tata Manufacturing. They recruit only diploma graduates. Only diplomas. No BTech, no MTech, no PhDs. What is the reason? Because diploma graduates, they are ready to work on the shop floor. They are ready to work as a higher management also. And they can be molded accordingly throughout their journey at the Tata Motors or in the organization. What we think as academia, let's our student goes to an industry for a certain period of time, and that's how even in curricula also it's called as apprenticeship embedded programs, where we academies or we universities are ready to provide our this raw material, raw finished product, not completely finished product, for industry to shape or to nurture them as per your requirement. Give them exposure. Ask them to work on the shop floor. Visit your account department. Visit their R&D department. Visit your inventory department. Let them understand what industry is all about. जब तक देखेंगे नहीं तब सोचेंगे नहीं. तो देखना जरूरी है. And that's why now we have included apprenticeship. There is one short duration program that is called hands-on training, on-job training, OJT. This only for 120 hours. But now that is becoming new business for the people. हम लोग को आदत है जल्दी क्या मिलेगी, जो भी जल्दी मिलेगा वो करना है. OJT के लिए सर्टिफिकेट देने के लिए 10,000 रुपये दे दो, सर्टिफिकेट ले लो, आप घर पे बैठो आराम से, या कहीं तो पिकनिक करके आओ. नहीं चाहिए. I think we are going to insist to the industries that you had to little concerned about this, the candidates who are coming to you. Give them work. If possible, provide them some fellowship. जब तक कुछ मिलता नहीं तब तक कुछ करते नहीं. जब मिलना शुरू हो जाएगा, बिकॉज हम सब लोग कुछ मिलने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं. जो भी बिजनेस हो रहा है तो कमाने के लिए काम कर रहे हैं ना. तो अगर कुछ दे देंगे तो जब हम देते हैं तो उससे कुछ लेने की भी आशा रखते हैं. तो थोड़ा दे दो और उनसे बहुत कुछ ले लो. We are ready to provide these students, maybe final year students or inter-semester students, summer vacation students at your doorstep. Just train them, give them ideas about what the industry all about, and that will become a really good skilled product of universities for your organization. So if you join hands together, not only in this term, there are many areas where the industries and academia can join hands together. Because all you are stalwarts in the industry, we are in academia. We also need exposure of the industry. Just restraining ourselves within the books will not help us. Will not be able to deliver what we are supposed to deliver for the students. So we faculties also needs to reach to industry. Now, what are the various means by which our faculties can reach to university or to industries? I mean, being ICTian, I feel really proud, and we all feel proud from ICT that we have a great freedom to interact with the industry at various levels. We have the benefit of consultancy component. We proudly say, openly say that we serve for the institute free of cost. But not only the free of cost, we earn double than what we get the salary in terms of consultancy. So for faculties, getting money is not the only benefit. Getting the new knowledge, updated knowledge, what industry needs, that is also our benefit. And what we understand, what we learn while working as a consultant, while solving the problems of the industry, those things we can try to deliver to our students also. जो भी हम सीख रहे हैं, जो करने के लिए सीख रहे हैं, that we can transport our students. That is one thing that our specialty, our expertise can be used for the industry in the form of consultancy. Another way of connecting the industry with academia is joint projects. Trust academia for research development. Yes, even today our R&D, Indian R&D is not the research and development. I think you know what R&D means in India. In India, I think still research and duplication. But duplication is also not bad. Import substitute duplication is also good. It's good for the development of the country. But then who will buy that duplication? Industry needs to come forward, join hands together for developing import substitutes. You at the industry, I don't think any industry is spending at least 1/3 of your total budget for your R&D. How many industries have well-established R&D? Very few. What about small-scale people? They are not able to provide or create any R&D facilities. Bare minimum, they will have quality control facilities, bare minimum. Otherwise, chalta hai. उन्होंने बनाया वैसा दिख रहा है तो चलता है. I think that is not going to work out. We should have to have the manpower which is really skilled manpower. I always feel Indians have really great brain. See worldwide, who are the very sophisticated brain? Indians. See top management across the globe. If you see, I think maximum Indians are at the top level in management, in administration, or in research. So everywhere you are Indians, you will find Indians. Then why this Indian manpower is not being utilized in the country? Now it is necessary that we should invest in R&D, we should invest to scale up ideas from the Indians. Our ideas people are nurturing in foreign countries. Why we are nurturing these ideas in our own country? Why we are not spending money for that? Why not developing the laboratory, R&D laboratories? Now the R&D development systems, we initially develop a product keeping the property in the mind. No, the way should be exactly opposite. I have the product, let's find out what are the various applications of the product, what I got it. There is a product called durian. It's furniture tabletops or artificial wood. What was it? It is DuPont product. It was the waste material comes out from polymethyl methacrylate plant. It was waste. They were struggling to dispose of this waste. And a crazy idea from a lab chemist, he said, I think let's try out, just melt it again, put some fillers in that and see what's happened. And today, that product, the durian artificial wood, costing something like 2,200 per square feet. The cost of that product is more than their base product, polymethyl methacrylate. Even in India, the people are making this durian artificial wood from polymethyl methacrylate mixed with various fillers. Whereas the DuPont, they manufacture this product with their waste product of PMMA. And the cost that what they came into market, that time it was something $3 or $4. Now they raised their prices because the people who are buying PMMA, they started manufacturing this artificial wood from their main product. Secondly, the change is always needed. You see the multinationals, what they are doing. They develop their products. I think what I heard, almost 50% budget of their total organization budget, 50% they spend for R&D. हम कितना का spend करते हैं? 1 लाख में 1,000 रुपया. So 0.001%. Just increase that. Now many times it happens, there is no funds available for R&D. So we are there. Why not to sponsor the projects to the to the academia, to the engineering institutes, universities. Now universities are coming out with innovation incubation centers. Now I proudly say at my university there are total 64 startups which are running right now, and almost 100 plus new ideas which are being under incubation. Why not to support this? These are your future industry leaders. These are the technologies which are coming up. We have national laboratories. We have specialized laboratories supported by Government of India, state governments. They have the funding. What about academicians? I think providing the research funding, collaborative R&D, making use of facilities of the universities what they have. Sophisticated instruments which are being available in the universities, why not to make use of that? Instead of investing at your site, you invest to the universities, academia. There you get the skilled people, skilled by products, using those equipment, and same equipment you can use it for your R&D applications. And that's what the partnership we are looking forward. If that kind of partnerships come together, then I think things will definitely lead to whatever you are talking about, that makers of Bharat. So come together, we are open, be little open, invest to the academics, invest in the R&Ds, your own R&D set up at universities. Why not to have that kind of collaboration? आपकी जगह बचेंगी, आपको मैन पावर लो कॉस्ट में मिलेगी, और आपको अच्छे अच्छे प्रोडक्ट मिलेंगे. Come out with good ideas, get few good ideas from the academics, and make your future products. I think that's how, when we come together, that is going to happen. So it's my appeal to all of you. You are big leaders in the manufacturing. The manufacturing is the soul of any industry. So you are the manufacturers. So please join hands with academia. Reduce the gap between universities and your organization, and be a part of Makers of Bharat, be a part of Vikashit Bharat 2047. Why not to 2040? थोड़ा अर्ली का सोचेंगे तो अर्ली सोचते सोचते लॉन्ग टर्म के सोचना है. इट शुड बी सस्टेनेबल, और आपको सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट्स रखना है, तो देयर इज नो वे आउट rather than connecting with the academia. So I openly invite all of you to my own university, Punyashlok Ahilya Holkar Solapur University, to join collaborative projects, join R&D. We'll provide you manpower, skilled manpower to your organization. And once again, welcome all of you, and best luck for your aim, Make in India. Make India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Prakash. Can we have you on stage, sir? Dr. Prakash. And I would like to invite Mr. Cosimo Chereda, Managing Director, to honor our guest of honor for today. Mr. Cosimo Chereda.
I'm little sorry, I will be moving out immediately because I'll be visiting one of the industry, John Deere, and then one more program. So I'm sorry, I would have been happy to interact with you, all of you.
One photograph, sir. Yeah. Thank you, professors. We look forward to meet you in Solapur someday at your university, and we make sure we make a trip.
Fourth chapter in Solapur.
Yes, Bhetto sir, we very fast. Thank you, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next segment. We have with us Mr. Electric, one of the most electrifying speaker in the country, what we call, and he's a mentor to me. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Uday Narang?
First of all, great to be here, and really good to see makers of Bharat. I think it's extremely important to understand that in our country, manufacturing, R&D, technology, working in robotics, AI, space, this is what we need to do. I was talking to the professor a little bit earlier, talking about how, you know, for me again, and as he discussed, that R&D is extremely important. If we want to make, you know, India great, I don't know about great again. I'll leave the president to make the U.S. great again always, or every night and every morning. But what we'll do is, you know, we have to work on R&D. We have to be focused on energy independence. And on top of that, the only way we are going to be successful is quality. You know, building India's next manufacturing advantage. If we want to be a global player, if we want to be competing, you know, look at, you know, I also come from a small country. I spent a lot of time in Switzerland. Look how small a country it is, but look at the quality of work. Swiss precision is known around the world, and it's something that, you know, we could all learn from Europe, from Deutschland. I mean, this is very important. It's truly a pleasure to be here at the makers of Bharat Pune edition, surrounded by entrepreneurs, manufacturers, technology partners, industry leaders who have collected here, shaping the future of India. First and foremost, I would like to thank my good friend Dinesh Mishra for creating this wonderful platform and making this national. You are going places, you know, to go to Ludhiana, to go to, you know, I see Belgavi, Hosur. Pune is a very central city, but this is where also India is happening. So that's very important. I think at a time when conversations are resolving around growth, around investments and production volumes, starting a platform, sharing a platform that puts quality. Quality is numero uno. It's extremely important. It's the center of manufacturing discussions, and it's mostly timely and most important. Quality deserves a dedicated conversation because the single most critical factor that determines whether a company merely survives or truly succeeds on a global stage. Clearly, what's important is that we in India need to think globally. We can act locally, but we need to work globally. We need to be able to provide quality systems. We have to have that in our DNA. Only then we'll be able to make India great. Quality is, to me, one of the most important parts of any business. Pune, a city that represented manufacturing quality. I cannot think of a better place than Pune to host this discussion. Pune is one of the leading industrial cities. It's a city that has built its reputation on engineering excellence and manufacturing quality. This is something that's extremely, extremely important, from automobiles and auto components to machine tools, precision engineering, electronics, aerospace. Aerospace is an area I believe has got big, big growth areas. I keep saying it's not about building biryani startups or pani puri startups. It's about building startups in the aerospace, in space. Look at what just happened yesterday. Elon bought a company with 4 people, and as the professor had said, he's just left. 2 of those main guys are Indians, right? And he bought a company for $60 billion. 4 guys working together with a team building quality products. That's the value of today's, you know, to do this. I think many of India's most respected manufacturing companies have built their operations here because Pune offers something unique, a system of skilled talent, educational institutions, engineering capabilities, and also supply network. And more of that, a culture that values precision, quality, and continuous improvement. Quality is not an event, it's a habit. It's a culture that's built over decades. As India aspires to become a global manufacturing hub, cities like Pune show us the path forward. Quality is not a department. When we talk about manufacturing excellence, productivity, exports, or global competitiveness, there's one common thread that connects the loop. It's quality. Quality is not just an inspection process. Quality is not just about obtaining certificates, as the professor was talking. Quality is not the responsibility of a single department. It is a responsibility of the entire group, of entire company. Quality is a mindset. It's a commitment to doing things right every single time. And it's also when the bosses are not looking. When the bosses are having their cappuccino, you still got to watch the quality. If anything is going on, quality has to be looked at. Customers may buy a product because of the features of a price, but they only remain loyal. If you want repeat customers, you want to build a business, you want to build, one of your, quality partners is Marpos. I've had the privilege of dealing with them for a long time, and I think they have built, Italian company, built a quality engineering quality business for years after years and decades, not just here, but all across the globe. So something that we can all learn from as we go forward. And trust. I know, we are all, a lot of people say India is about a quick money, but trust, once it's lost, is extremely difficult to regain, especially in global markets. Lessons from the EV industry. The EV industry, I've been involved with it for a long time. A few years ago, EV industry in India was in its nascent stage. The market was growing rapidly, investments were flowing, and hundreds and hundreds of companies thought they'd get into the ecosystem. But like every emerging industry, there were challenges. Battery safety, product reliability, standardization, performance consistency, and customer confidence. The industry learned an important lesson. Rapid growth without quality is not sustainable. We've seen recognizing the need for greater reliability, consumer confidence, the government of India introduced strong regulations, safety norms, and testing requirements, and quality standards. These regulations were not barriers to growth. They became enablers of sustainable growth. The biggest takeaway from the EV journey is simple. Regulations create framework, but quality creates sustainability and trust. This is the key. Quality is not a cost. It's an investment in customers, in brands, and the future of the industry. Why? For me, I speak publicly, and I'm very, very particular about this. Why R&D development matters. In our country, we have left behind in R&D development. This is one of the most important part of the future. Quality does not happen by accident. Quality begins. Better design, better materials, better testing, and better manufacturing processes. All of these originate from one critical investment, and that is R&D. For me, the future of our country is based on R&D. Unfortunately, and this is very unfortunate, we spend 0.7% of our GDP on R&D, which is significantly lower than most advanced manufacturing. This should be a concern, not just to us, but to our leadership, to everybody. Without sufficient R&D, innovation slows down. Dependence on foreign technologies increases. Process improvements remain limited. Quality enhancements becomes challenging. On the other hand, companies and nations that have invested in R&D create products that are safer, more reliable, and globally competitive. And I know all of you Indian brothers and sisters are focused in making money. It makes money. And if you want to learn from one man, learn it from the man Elon. He just made himself over $1 trillion very, very quickly. He's building himself an Ambani wealth every day. That is what R&D, that is what quality, that's from what long-term thinking. This is a marathon. There are no sprints. This is not T20. I know in India we like this. I know for some of you from abroad, maybe from Switzerland, Germany, this T20 cricket is something foreign. But this is not T20 cricket. This is good for all the sixes we hit and all the notanki that happens at the stadiums. It is long-term growth, is long-term R&D. Quality is designed in laboratories and engineering centers long before products reached factory floor. In India wants to lead in semiconductors, aerospace, machine tools, defense, advanced manufacturing. Increasing investments in R&D is not optional. It is essential, making quality India's competitive advantage. For years, India has been recognized for cost competitive and engineering talent. Yes, our engineering talent is in America, in Europe, in Australia, and Japan and Korea. But the next change of India's manufacturing journey should be built on something even more powerful. Made in India should become synonymous with quality, reliability, and trust. The world does not, I'll be clear, the world does not only respond to low-cost manufacturing. If we're just based on low-cost manufacturing, that is not going to be rewarded. There are enough countries out there. The world absolutely rewards consistency, reliability, safety, innovation, and performance. All of these are outcomes of quality. I would like a call to action. I would like to leave every one of you. I know I don't want to take too much time. I would like every one of you in here with three thoughts. First, quality must not only become a lower level, it should be a boardroom agenda and a leadership priority. This is key. Whether you are an SME, MSME, whether you're a large company, this has to become a priority. Second, manufacturers must invest. All of you need to invest in R&D because quality cannot be inspected with products. It must be designed and engineered into them. Third, industry, academia, and the government. This is the hard part. The academia, we might be able, but the government needs to work together to create an ecosystem where innovation and quality become foundations of India's manufacturing growth. Look at what has happened in China. I'm not a China lover, but I'll tell you what they have built. And a lot of you have traveled. हमारा उनके साथ कोई comparison ही नहीं है. That nation. We can talk about not being democratic, we can talk about all of those things, but look at where China is today and look at where we are today. थोड़ा retrospect करना पड़ता है. If I want to win the World Cup football, I need to look at what Portugal or Spain and a small country like Cape Verde and some countries that don't even have a population that's the amount in Pune, because they spent time on, they believed in building long term. India, we all know, India has the talent. We have the entrepreneurial energy. We have the market opportunity. Now, we must build a nation where every product carrying Make in India also carries world-class quality. We've got to be able to say, in Europe, in the United States, people are saying, Make in India is world-class. I once again want to congratulate my friend Dinesh Mishra, Preeti ma'am, and the entire makers of Bharat for initiating this important conversation. Platforms like these inspire industry to think beyond production numbers and focus on truly creating lasting success. Quality, innovation, trust. Together, let's make qualities India's next global manufacturing advantage. You know, we all talk about Bharat Mata ki Jai, and this country is like your mother. माँ की जय तब होगी जब आप सब लोग इस country को. You know, we are so focused on what the government can do for us. We need to focus more what we can do for the country. This is extremely important. Yes, we need to buy bigger houses. Yes, we need to send our children to a better school. But if we don't think from our heart about putting India first, Modi ji is never going to clean this country if we are not going to clean this country. एक दो बार जाके झाड़ू वाड़ू मार के कुछ नहीं होगा, ठीक है? It is time. And if all of you care about Bharat Mata, if you care about your mother, we all got to pitch in. And I think even if the neighbor's not pitching in, we've got to. And quality is going to be a very important part. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Can we have Mr. Sandro on stage to honor Dr. Uday Narang? And Dr. Narang, I was, roaming around Pune, different streets, and happy to see over some vehicles. And thank you, Dr. Narang. And let's move to our second keynote speaker. The man need no introduction, and the same as goes with the company. Whether we are India, Germany, we can see Trump at the global stage bringing a lot of great machines and technology. Can we have Mr. M. Hidayat, Executive Director, Trump India? Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Hidayat.
Morning, everybody. Thank you, Dinesh. Thank you, Preeti, for inviting for this very nice platform. The best part I liked about the platform is the makers of Bharat. And it's a great initiative. Thanks, Dinesh, to bring up this topic that I think it's a big responsibility for all of us to make our country the best. And not only best internally, but also best across the world. So it's a privilege to be here and also share our experiences of how we look at it from Trumpf point of view. I represent Trumpf. I'm the director of Trumpf, which is a German company based in Stuttgart, and it's a 100-year-old company. So a lot of learning from what Trumpf does and what machines we make. I'll come back to that later. But yeah, the topic here is two important things: is makers of Bharat is, I think, it's a responsibility for each one of us. And when we say make, also make it with quality. It's, I think, the second important part of making it, I think, the best. I had heard somebody saying, of course, it's a line from a movie saying, success ke piche mat dodo. Excellence ke piche dodo. Run behind excellence. Success jhak maar ke aapke piche aayegi. That's one of the best lines I've heard, because I think it's not only about success, it's about excellence. It's like another very important line is, whatever you do it to the best. Even if you are stitching a cloth, do it to the best. So quality is, again, like our colleague said here, it's not only about one-time situation, it's about a mindset. And unless we start thinking quality in every stage, we don't deliver quality. So that's the reason why we deserve a good quality. Quality of life, if we start with quality of life, the roads we travel, the buses the cars we are in, the two-wheelers we are in, everything needs quality to be built in. If you don't have quality there, then the quality of life is gone. So it's a very important parameter. I would say it is, I think, it's very crucial part of the whole journey is how you look at things, on how you deliver the product which is going to make life better for everyone. That is everywhere. I mean, you have a standard of quality. It's not only in the books. It's not only. It's but like I said, it's in the mindset on how you improve everything. Why are the other countries, the countries from let's say Germany or Switzerland, like Mr. Narang said, are better is because they are able to make better quality products. What does the quality mean? Quality means perfection. Quality means excellence. Quality means everything inside at every point of the process or the production, you go through the whole process. So again, going back to Dr. Mahanwar, we was talking about quality of education. It's again, the whole thought process comes from the education, wherein I still don't remember any subjects which are stressing more on quality at the education level. It's very important that the students who are coming out of the universities or the colleges need to have a very high this thing of, I mean, of course, introduction to quality factors. How many of them know the quality standards which are used in India? How many of them know the quality standards of the international standards like CE certification or UL certifications? I mean, each one of them has been drawn to define certain parameters which make the product better. At the end, it makes it more valuable than what you are doing right now. That is, I think, one of the important factor which is missing, I would say, drastically, and again, it goes back to R&D, like our colleague said, and R&D is one of the very important factor because that's where you also spend on how to improvise on what you make. So to do that, I think there's a lot of also efforts has to go into R&D. It's again, of course, we are talking about R&D and R&D costs. Of course, it's a costly affair. Like Trumpf, we spend, our annual turnover is about 5 billion euros. So we spend almost 500 million euros, which is equivalent to 5,000 crores in Indian rupees per year for the R&D. That's a huge amount of money going, and that's how we innovate product, make it better and better every day. But yes, it need not be to that standard, of course, that high investment, and it's again the R&D is again a thought process. I mean, Thomas Alva Edison did not have an R&D lab. He just had a thought process on how to make a bulb, you know. So that's how it's all about. The thought process again on what is the best resources which you can use and still try to find a good strike between the R&D and the quality output. This is what is going to make us better people of country, better citizens of the country, and also better people in the world. And that carries a very important responsibility. It's only not about producing, but it's about producing to the best of what is possible. And that gives a satisfaction of being the best in what you do. Of course, that is one of, how many of you know what is the export of India in the world market? What is the percentage of exports? Any guesses? No, close is about 1.7%, which is a very, very small factor in the whole world. The whole world is the market, and we are doing just 1.7% of this. And when it comes to engineering products, even if it is even lesser it's even lesser than 1%. Why are we in this situation? Not that we cannot make quality products. When Tata launched the Airbus C295, and when we are able to send our satellites to the moon, we can make quality, not that we cannot. Of course, there is a possibility. But on the other side, our mangoes are getting sent back, our rice is being sent back because they don't qualify the quality. So there's something really, a big gap in the whole thinking or the thought process, or in corruption in the whole system on one side, and on the other side, the focus is missing on the other side. Yeah, we are capable of making quality products for sure. Of course, we have the best talent in the country. We have the best knowledge of the people in the country. We have a huge young manpower in the world, and definitely we are. And if I look at our other country next door is able to do it 10 times more. We are at 1.7, they are at about 21%. So 21% of what they are doing, they are supplying to the world market. It's a factory for the whole world, the China, which is next to us. But again, China was also focusing more on the quantity and not the quality. That's why they were perceived to be the cheap company, cheap products coming from there. But now China also realized in the last 3-4 years they have realized, and there has been a very strict quality control, and they also launched a new program. If for you to know that it's called New Quality Productive Force in NQPF, which is a 15-year plan to improve the quality and the value of the products across the world market. And this is when China is able to realize, and of course they would go further beyond 21% of what they are doing by generating more quality products from there. So it's about there is a market. Why we are unable to export more is because of the quality standards. And we also, I would like to share a small thing about our learning through the quality curve. When we wanted to start Trumpf manufacturing in India. Trumpf is a German company. They never believed that we can make machines in India. They said, India, so forget it. I mean, we don't want to talk about it. You cannot make machines. Sachin and my senior colleague, Mr. Patil, we had to make more than 2,000 slides and version 34 number of PowerPoint. So many iterations, and then to convince Germany, it took us about 5 years to come up saying, yeah, we can make quality machines in India. India machine tool has a history of 70 years of experience in making machine tools. It's only about the thought process. We need to bring in the German quality into our products, and we were able to successfully make it. As we started our manufacturing process last year, manufacturing plant last year. That's a classic example, I would say. I mean, and then we realized, after we started, of course, we made the slides, we convinced Germany, they invested, we put in a plant. Then from day one we started, and then they said what to do next, how do we had to send our team for 4 months to Austria to get trained. The whole complete production team there. Of course, it was a lot of expense, and we had to send them to get trained. And then they came back, they started making machines in last February. We could not get a release of this machine till August. It took almost about 8 months. In spite of making the best machine, there were n number of quality checks from the Germany team. It's a standard product which we are already making in Austria, in China, but we are making the same thing in India. They did not believe us. They had to still check, go through all the checks. We went through, I think, so many standards in the SAP, and even today, it has to go through several quality checks at every stage of assembly of the machine. We are not even manufacturing, we are just assembling the machines. Imagine if we go to manufacturing, what would be the quality checks? Then we realized what quality means. And then when this product comes out, you cannot make out whether this is made in India or in Germany or in Austria or in China. So that's called standardization in quality. That's called globalization. And that is what I think we need to start learning. And of course, there is no doubt that we can make machines. And like makers of India, we are proud to have a machine. And we named the machine as Pride of Bharat. It deserves applause for sure. And thanks to our team. And it was a good learning that of course we came up with a product which we are able to put it on the world map now. And then we will start exporting this after some time. So we have gone through this journey, so we know what quality means, and we know how important it is and how it makes a difference in the whole performance. And especially when it comes to sheet metal applications, of course quality has been there as TPM, TQM in various metal cutting segments in the automotive industry for a long time. But when it comes to sheet metal industry, it was always ignored, I would say. That is why the aesthetics, it all depends on the aesthetics. If I made a beautiful machine inside, but if the machine cover is shabby, if the machine color is shabby, if the powder coating, the surface coating is not so good, then you don't feel the quality of this product. Once you take anything in your hand, you will first look at the aesthetics of it, right? So it all depends on how you present the product, and sheet metal quality makes a lot of difference, and every process in making the sheet metal. When you do the laser cutting, bending is mostly ignored. After you cut the sheet and then bend, and if you don't bend it with high quality, then you have gaps. Then you have to fill it with the welding material. Then again, a lot of post-processing required, and you still don't get a good quality. So every process in the whole making of product requires standardization, requires quality consciousness. Thank you very much. I don't want to give a big lecture on this. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your great keynote. Can we have Dr. Yogesh Datke to honor our keynote speaker, Mr. Yogesh Datke? Thank you, Hidayat sir. Thank you, Sachin ji.
Also, I will have to leave, Dinesh. Excuse me, because I have a meeting with a customer. So
Thank you, sir. Customer first, and so as the quality. Thank you, Hidayat sir. And ladies and gentlemen, now we move to our main section, that is a panel discussion. By that time, my team set up the stage. I would like to say today's session will be moderating by Mr. Yogesh Umbarkar, founder Tech Motive Solution. With more than 20, I guess if I'm not correcting, more than 20, because he's a senior to me, to 20 plus experience in corporate, working for different organization. Now he's making a transition into something of his own. He's founded an organization called Tech Motive Solution. He is also a global speaker. You can see him whether in US, China, Thailand, other parts of the country, speaking on mobility and other thing. Thank you, and Yogesh ji, and I personally wish you all the best for your startup or this. It takes a lot of courage to start something. So one more mic. One more mic. Thank you. So we now move into the most engaging segment of today's morning, our panel discussion, and today's theme is quality as a competitive advantage, elevating Indian manufacturing to global standards. May I invite our moderator and distinguished panelists to kindly take their seat on stage. And today's session will be moderated by Mr. Yogesh Umbarkar, founder Tech Motive Solution. Can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Yogesh? Can we have Mr. Cosimo Chereda, Managing Director, Marpos India? Mr. Rajesh Mandlik, Managing Director, Setco Spindles India. Can we have a round of applause? Dr. Ravindra Udgikar, Chief Sales Officer, Vilo India. Thank you, sir. Mr. Akash Manoj Shirotkar, Director, Shirotkar Pressicomp. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause. And now the stage is all yours, Yogesh.
Good morning. Is it good morning really? Is it the three lectures? Obviously talking about the quality and the quality of the sleep we need. Okay, so thanks Dinesh and Meshmix. I think it's really great to host this panel, and I think it's really one of the most interesting panel we talk about quality here. Obviously, I wouldn't go into the more details because I think our previous speakers have really set the tone for the same context, like quality as a competitive advantage, where it's kind of a definitely required when we talk about the global standard. I think we have got a good examples from the previous. Uday talked about, Hidayat talked about how India has been striving to get those global standard and the scale as well overall. Um, I will just talk about one or two example I recently just come across. So I've been talking to a lot of European and Chinese companies, helping them to enter in India. Recently, we had in fact, just Monday, I'll give you a really good example. We went to one of the biggest CV maker with one of the Chinese company, and we really talked about, I mean, we made a presentation in terms of the Chinese technology, in terms of their power electronics, X-in-1, and so on. I think and then we started with, in terms of asking the OEM, what is that you are looking at now? So they say, oh, we loved your product, but then the first question was not even technical. The first question was, okay, do you have a localized supply chain, and do you have a localized partner? That was a question to the Chinese OEM. I'm just trying to give you the context that because now here in India, it's not just about how you bring the technology. I think the opportunities are coming, and given the government push for Make in India, for subsidies, where you need to have a localized content more than 40 to 50%, right? So including that particular thing made Chinese company to think about, because their earlier plan was, how do we sell from China directly in India? But now that made them push to say that, oh, we need to have a localized partner or localization partner. And then the first question started on the same point. Yogesh, do you think we can get both the scale and the quality, okay, from the India, the same way and at the same cost, which we can deliver from China? That was really one of the key opening thing, and that is where I'm coming to this same question to this panel now as well. Obviously, there is something similar we are coming across, that there's a lot of opportunity with the free trade agreement with the European Union, with the UK. And what is happening is, in those European market, there is a lot of competition is being faced by even again Chinese. But then for them, those European players are looking at India to get those partnerships and try to see that how India can help them to build up that scale and the cost, okay? But then their worry is just, they know that India can help in terms of the scalability, in terms of the cost advantage as well, but can they make the same quality? That's again the similar question coming up. So there is I would say that in India, we have a talent, we have the market, we have, because of this free trade agreement or because of the Chinese want to get out of China to capture Indian or Southeast Asian market, there's a plenty of opportunities are coming to India, but at the end of the day, the quality remains one of the key concerns, not just the cost or scale overall. And I see that even today, when I was looking at numbers, our global manufacturing export is just 2%, or not even less than 2% overall. So you can see there is a tremendous opportunity is there, but how do we achieve that? Because at the end of the day, as I said, given the examples, the customer want that quality as a key factor now. So they look at the reliability, precision, performance, safety. We talked about that from the Uday seat as well. So this particular panel will try to understand from our expert here that how this quality can become India's strongest competitive advantage, and we kind of encash on those China plus one or European free trade agreement, and we can latch on and become that really maybe from that 2% to at least 5 to 10% kind of aspiration to become a more export hub as well overall. So with this as a brief kind of a context setting, I would like to have each panelist to just quickly introduce about, so that the audience get a context in terms of your company, what it does, and maybe some background about yourself in one or two lines, okay?
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Dinesh. I don't see you anymore. Chris, you are somewhere. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's an honor to be here. Okay, I am Cosimo Cereda, MD of Marcos. I live in India, in Delhi, now for a while. And before India, I was for this company, Marcos, that is an Italian company in Germany. I spent 13 years in Germany. Before I was in Spain, so I've been around for a while. Been in France as well, in Italy. I'm Italian. Sometimes you are even in your country. And what we do is, in Marcos, is quality. And quality, we do from the very beginning. Somebody said quality is a state of mind. So from the raw material to the inspection. And the inspection is a bad necessity, is a fix. You don't rely on inspection. You have to use it, but the quality is across the production, across the grinding, across the inspection. These are the three pillars of our business. This is what we do, and we will speak about this later. So for the moment, I leave it here, and I pass to the next one.
Thank you. Good morning, all. My name is Rajesh Mandlik. I represent here Setco Spindles India Private Limited. It's a joint venture company between Setco US and the company which I and my business partner founded way back in 2002 by the name Ultra Precision Spindles to recondition and manufacture precision spindles. So we have got 3 plants here. In Pune is the mother plant, and we also have plant in Pune, Chennai, and Manesar. In fact, we are neighbor of Marcos in Manesar. Yeah, and here as well. Yeah. So globally, we have got 10 plants, 5 in US, 3 in India, and 1 each in China and Taiwan. So that's the brief background. So thank you very much, Dinesh, for inviting me over here.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Ravindra Udgikar. I hold a doctorate in international marketing strategies. I have over 35 years of experience, having traveled over 40 countries across 5 continents, lived in the US, Middle East, and also in Far East, involved in the project as well as product businesses. My area of expertise is developing go-to-market strategies, market entry and growth strategies by and large. I represent a company called Willow Mather and Platt Pumps India Private Limited. We are a 70-year-old company in India, and we are 100% subsidiary of Willow SE Germany, which is 152-year-old German multinational responsible for sustainable water transportation. There is a saying that money goes or prosperity goes where water flows. So our company is responsible for transportation of water. So about 8 billion people on the planet, leave aside a billion who don't have access to water. About 7 billion people every day are beneficiaries of pumps because the water that you get at your household. So our company is involved in creating water management infrastructure in India, which is pressurized water distribution system all municipalities follow. We are responsible also for taking care of storm water. You have excess floods and you throw out the water. We also look after the sewage treatment, effluent treatment. We also try to connect inter-basin river transfers. You already have seen that Nadi Jod Prakalpa, National River Joining Mission, where you have droughts in one place, excess monsoons in other place, and all the flood water goes to the sea. So to create a water infrastructure, Government of India has this ambition programs like Har Ghar Nal, Jal Jeevan Mission, Namami Gange, and so on and so forth. So our company is responsible for providing pump and pumping system infrastructure for this basic need of humanity, industry, and mankind as a whole. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Akash Shirodkar. Thank you, Dinesh, for having me here. It's an honor to be here between such esteemed dignitaries. I represent the family business, which is called Shirodkar Precision Components. We're into contract manufacturing for precision machine parts and assemblies, catering to sectors like oil and gas, hydraulics, aerospace, defense, where because the context is quality, the risk of life is very high in places like oil rigs, aerospace, which is why over the last 18 years we've been working with major OEMs globally, and they have handheld us in building global quality standards. So I will try and take you guys through that journey.
Great. So you can see now we have a wonderful panel covering up the niche manufacturing, the one who kind of drives day-to-day needs from morning to evening. Then we have a very Indian-originated company, and we have a quality global company, obviously based out of India now. I'll start with trying to understand what each of you mean when you talk about quality as a competitive advantages, right? And then why today is becoming increasingly important in today's manufacturing landscape. So just to set the understanding from each one of you, maybe you can have maybe 2 to 3 minutes maximum. So maybe you can start with Cosimo.
Is working? Yes, perfect. Yeah. Good. What is quality? Quality is not doing the things the best possible. Quality is not doing perfection. Quality, we are in industry here, we are makers of India, of China, of Germany, doesn't matter, we are makers, is conformity with a specification. This is quality, nothing else. If I say plus minus 3 microns, is plus minus 3 microns, it's not 5, it's not 7, it's not more or less, it's not I get it, it's that. This is quality, and to get quality, you have to design it, engineer it, from the design of the product, design of the line, design of how you control the line, the people, this is quality. Across the factory, only this way we get quality. I don't get it somehow. I cannot fix it. I cannot put it after my line. I have a line, now I make quality to the new specification. Let's talk automotive. I have a quality I'm producing for no specification. Now I want to produce for Euro 6. My line is not working. I have to rethink everything. I can adapt it. I have to control it. Right? This is quality for us. And we supply all the means to get that. Right? So the main component of quality is an attitude. First part is we need an investment. And why we want quality? Very simple. We want to sell. We want India to be rich. I'm a foreigner. I'm Italian. I come to India. What do we want? We want India as a partner and be rich, to have a lot of jobs working, because in economy there is a very good thing. If your neighbor is rich, you get richer. So you want the good of your neighbor. Huh? This is a very important thing to understand. You don't want self-reliance. Sorry for that. Somewhere. We want interaction. We want to help each other. And to participate in the manufacturing game of the world, now we have the free trade agreement with UK, with Europe, there is another one with Australia, we need to talk the same language. If I send a blade for a turbine to Europe, or I manufacture a machine, a Trump machine, it has to comply with the quality. So, is a competitive advantage? It can be, but is much worse than this. Is a need, is a request. If you don't have it, I mean, I know companies that have sent 3 containers to Sweden And then the customer has said, dear friend, you know these 3 containers? You know what you can do with them? The other, I said 1% defects. I open 1 crate. Here you have your 3 containers. This is a requisite. We want to sell worldwide. We want to manufacture. Be in the game. We need that. So there's no way.
Okay, so you're saying this is a mindset, and obviously it has to go through across the manufacturing chain, and also it's a need. It's a must now. Okay.
You need it not in quality department. You need it in production, in all the supply chain.
Yeah. Yes, Rajesh.
Okay. For me, I mean, quality was a different journey altogether. In fact, when we started our business, we started reconditioning spindles. And then when we decided to get into manufacturing, our mindset was all related to repairs, which is all about adjustment, because we have existing subassembly and we need to adjust something to make it run. That's it. When we got into manufacturing, we received all kind of bashings from customer, and sorry, we were not using Marcos then, right? But we realized hard way, because the other spindle suppliers in India, who are of course from outside, they are having such a fantastic appropriation of quality and price. Unfortunately, we were good at price, but we were not that great in quality. And we learned it really, really hard way, the importance of quality. And today I'm proud to tell all of you that our product is at par with the international quality. But before that, let me just tell you that our Taiwanese counterpart, they imported few stuff from us. And there were some 5 spindle components, and all were rejected. Functionally, everything was good. There was no problem with our functional dimensions, which were produced probably on conventional grinding machines. I mean, Kellenberger is sitting here, but we produced on conventional grinding machines. Quality, functional parameters were okay, but the aesthetic part of it, there were some turning marks. There was the radius was not correct. So for those reasons, the components were rejected. So what I'm trying to tell you is that it's a still learning process. We are in the process. Probably we might have reached the 95 or 98% of global standards, but I think hopefully by induction of some new equipments, I think we will be at par in next few months. So that's the whole take on quality. For me, it's a hard learning process, I would say. Thank you.
That's a great example, Rajesh. Yes, Ravindra.
All right, so let me say that quality is the bedrock of everything. Is the lifeblood of any organization, from concept to realization and the life cycle management. And when you look at the quality as a one thread that cuts across, we are talking from innovation, then we are talking to R&D, then we are talking to POCs, proof of concept, then going all the way to procurement, design, development, engineering, procurement, manufacturing, quality, logistics, supply chain, project, installation, commissioning, care for life, and also after life cycle disposition. So when we talk about quality, to me the quality is about product quality. The quality is also about process quality. The quality is also about people quality, the caliber of your people, how competent they are. About the innovation, what kind of top problems that you are trying to find solution to, which is also very important. Then obviously materials play a very important role into everything that we do. So quality really cuts across the entire life cycle. Now my colleagues tried to put in a micro and macro way. I'm trying to put it in a big picture way, which is also the theme of this conference, which is Makers of Bharat. And to just put in perspective, I have some numbers. So today India's GDP is around $4 trillion. And the manufacturing sector today contributes only 17% of it. We are predominantly a service economy in excess of 50%, 53%. Now, to put it in context, the Niti Aayog report, which says that Indian economy by the centenary year of independence, 2047, should be about $35 trillion economy. And then there is a vision to grow the share of manufacturing from 17% to 25%. That's a massive jump. That's one way to look at it. Another, I think you made it very rightly, that today India's share of global trade of goods and services is merely 2%. Niti Aayog has a vision to grow that parameter to 10% of global goods and services sold. Again, manufacturing contributes, I think, around 55% to our exports, around $300 billion today. There is a vision that by centenary year, it will come to around $4 trillion, keeping the same percentage in place. This I talked actually about exports. So that's also a strong focus on Make in India for the world. And there are number of programs that our government is instilling, whether it is Make in India, production-linked incentive, and trying to attract foreign direct investment in that space. Manufacturing today creates about 10 to 12% of the employment, largest being obviously agriculture. So that is about 68 million people. And the government has vision to grow that contribution to 15% by 2047, which would be 168 million skilled jobs in the manufacturing sector. So all this transition is going to be possible only on the backbone of manufacturing sector, the whole journey from a developing economy to a developed economy. Vikasit Bharat. And government understands that very well. So there is a lot of focus. Now clearly there is a changing landscape because of the technology disruptions and the way manufacturing is being done because of the automation, then instrumentation, process control, robotics, now going all the way to AI. So the nature of jobs are changing. There is also a big fear whether the jobs will go away. And there was a nice take that if you had someone who had memory of 1940s economy suddenly coming to life today, he would not recognize 60% of the jobs that are existing today. So while AI definitely would take away some jobs, there is a job creation that is also on the card. The point of making all this is this journey from merely contributing 17% to 25% to the extent of contributing $7.5 trillion is going to be possible on the bedrock of quality. So quality is absolutely fundamental to anything and everything that we do. It will determine whether the vision, whether the blueprint of India's growth story continues to remain a vision and a dream, or we actually see its realization and fructification of its really the vision that our Prime Minister has. That's really my take on quality. And as far as Willow, Mather and Plaid is concerned, I think there was one gentleman who said that it took them 5 years to convince German counterparts to start making in India. In fact, we are extremely proud to tell you that at Willow, Mather and Plaid, we take great pride in making engineered pumps which are unique to the Willow world. So we have a lot of pride in bringing Indian technology expertise to make machines that have applications which are global. Yeah, thank you.
That's great view, Ravindra. As you said, it's a bedrock and it's all about people, process, product, everything and innovation. Yes, Akash.
So for the longest time, I think quality has been considered as a cost of doing business. And I think slowly and steadily that mindset is changing. And for India especially, that mindset needs to rapidly change in order for us to adapt to global quality standards. For example, when a global giant OEM approaches you for onboarding you as a supplier, they're not only buying your product, they're investing in your processes, they're investing in your quality, they're investing in the culture that your organization has. And quality is not just certifications. It is definitely a culture that has to be imbibed from the shop floor up. And the more you imbibe that culture throughout your organization, the more aligned you will be with global quality standards. And quality is also your ticket inside, but I think more than that, it is sustainable quality is your way of maintaining sustainable business and growth over the long run. And when it comes to certifications like API Q1 certification, aerospace certifications, instead of considering them just like a compliance, if you actually imbibe that certification inside your organization, I think that can do wonders for the whole organization. So I will leave this question on a point saying that quality is not just a compliance, it is a culture you need to imbibe, right from the cleaners in your organization to the managing director of the organization.
That's really great. I think that, as you said, for Indians, I think there is somehow that mindset and that culture need to imbibe rather than just doing the tick mark for audit and certifications or all. So great. I think we have seen the great views from each one of you. I'll try to move in terms of understanding some of the examples from each one of your areas as well. So I'll start with Marpos with Cosimo saying that, can you give me some example or share some example where the customer faces a significant quality or precision challenge, and then how you solved it and what was the impact it has created?
Okay, there are lots of examples. In our case, we're going to center in some of them. The key issue is when we are thinking about a product with higher specification, we have to think about the process, and we have to think about the result and the running cost. How much is going to cost me this product, this part, this component, whatever, per unit? Because I want to sell it, or I want to finalize a product I want to sell. Somewhere, either is an input for somebody else, or is a finished product that doesn't change, okay? So here, if I'm thinking about minimizing the investment, I start having a problem. Because I try to save. I'm going to save 3 lakhs. Great, I saved 3 lakhs. Oh, it's going to cost me, in running cost, 17 crores. Or I get it rejected. So first shift, let's think in investment. So example, we are not asked about the line, we are not asked about any system to make sure that the line delivers quality and lowers the production cost, because the good news is quality is connected with lowering production costs, running costs. And we deliver a gauge. The gauge has a precision of 0.2 microns. I guess here we know what is a micron. Now it's a very thin thing. I mean, 0.2 microns is like comparing this bottle with a ship. Okay? Okay, we test the machine. The machine comes in a trolley with wheels. What do you want to say? I mean, you look at the thing and you say, what? Do you want to measure 0.2 microns on a tray with wheels? It's like saying, I want to measure I'm going to build a new door for your home, and I go and I measure the door like this. It's like this. Okay, I produce it like this. And I go home to my shop and I produce it. More or less. So, or we deliver a gauge, and the gauge is giving less than 1 micron precision. Then, materials have the bad habit of being unstable in temperature. If it's hot, it's bigger. If it's cold, it's smaller. And I have a line that's open to the exterior. So in winter, I have 10 degrees, and in summer, I have close to 50. We have a problem there. Then the gauge is being installed, I touch it, and my hand does like this. Are you going to measure 6 microns with a gauge that's doing like this? What do you think? No. So there are plenty of examples. So we need to think about the conditions. I mean, when we speak about a line, when we want to get a precision, we have to think about the environment conditions. And the environment conditions are the area, cleanliness, temperature stability, temperature compensation, skills, how you make sure the product is coming right, because I mean it won't help you if we have a gauge but the product is uneven. It won't help it, because then we are going to have 10, 20, 30% scrap. We don't want that. We want to get it to, we want 99.9% of the products, or ideally 100%, go through. Yes, measure, fine, perfect. Leak test, no leakage, perfect. Electrical test, perfect. The motor will last my 3 million hours or whatever. This is what I want after the testing. So we can help also in this. But in the company, in our company, we have to think, be prepared for that. We have to think, I am producing vehicles, components for vehicles, and now I'm going to produce for Euro 6. Yeah? So I have to be prepared. When the engineer of Marpos or any other company, Zeiss or whatever, we are not I mean, in our specialty we are unique, but you have other companies aside, comes, you have to ask him, okay, what do I need? Don't tell him, I want the gauge. Yes, but don't worry, that's my business. No, it's not your, I mean, it's your business, but we want to help you.
Yeah.
And we want you to get the result.
So I think you really gave a good example, and the way you presented it really matters as well. So definitely, as you said, the quality, when you're trying to do about the inspection, these other factors and the quality of that inspection or gauges also matters a lot. Okay, so I think we will talk. Definitely, we'll come back to you. Yeah, definitely. But then I think it's a good example. Yeah. What I would like to, again, coming back to Rajesh, right, where you did mention about one of your starting example as well, where you say that how the attest for this Taiwanese customer example, how it matters. But then maybe you can also share example where improving that machine capability, even that statistics or process stability, right, how it changed the customer perception and what was the business impact, something.
So, and Cosimo said that, plus minus 3 micron and it is not 5 micron. So I thought that you roam around in my company in 2019 because that's how our process capability was in those days. It was really tough, and as I said in the initial talk, that it was a learning experience. And then we decided, to produce the components, like for example, our standard shaft is minus 2 micron plus 4 micron tolerance. And we decided to produce at 50% of the tolerance level. And it was really a tough task on the process capability and machine capability as such. So, but then we had to, and as Akash said, many times it is said that the quality is cost. But we had to invest in machineries, we had to invest in metrological equipments, and then we realized that whatever we were doing in 2018 and 19 was a crime. And because now the production, whatever is coming out is the 50%, and our next target is the 33% of the total tolerance, that we need to produce components at the 33% of the original, blueprint tolerance as such. So that has actually helped us, and what we are talking about as a subject of our panel discussion is quality as the competitive advantage, and that has really helped us not only to make our product run in the market but win newer businesses. So I think I would second to Akash that quality should not be treated as the cause, but it should be treated as the driver of the business model, particularly in manufacturing industry. As I said, we invested not only on particularly CNC grinding machines, but also on some critical metrological equipments, like for example, Taylor Options roundness tester. And everyone who is sitting here, they know that it's a pretty costly equipment. Looking at that particular single arm, you feel that why it should cost that much, but we had to invest in that particular equipment, and then I think I'm having less sleepless nights these days. Yeah.
Definitely, the quality brings less sleepless nights and bringing a lot of strategic business advantage. Great example. Maybe coming to Dr. Ravindra, from a global customer perspective, obviously we've seen some example here, but then what really differentiates suppliers beyond certification? As you said, it's just not a certification tick mark. How you evaluate and how you differentiate suppliers then?
Okay, that's a great question. So as a Willow, we have presence in over 90 countries, customer references, so a rich global experience. So I can tell you that certifications like ISO are just hygiene factors. They don't mean much, that's given. What really your global customers are looking as a competitive advantage is actually resilience of your supply chain and the footprints of your supply chain. This has been particularly important after the COVID experience that, we had experienced the complete stalling of supply chain, followed up by these trade wars going and uncertainty where suddenly the trade wars would make your supply chain uncompetitive. So essentially, one part to look at quality as a competitive advantage is how robust is your supply chain. Second aspect, we often talk, like I mentioned in the initial pitch also, that we talk in buckets. So first is supply chain. Second is technology and innovation. You want customers to partner with you on innovation and, journey that of a co-creation where their problem statements are well known to you and the intellectual properties are kept within the two parties. There is a confidentiality there. So your ability to give a high quality technology solution will help you leverage the technology edge. Third, in the era of digitalization, how is your digital integration going on with your systems, with your processes to actually cut down the cycle time, to actually cut down the inefficiencies, how you can optimize your delivery chain. So the aspect that customers, global customers look for is also your ability to digitally integrate. The competitive advantage India has, we often say, is a cultural and communication integration or interface with global customers. We are the largest English-speaking, non-native English country on the earth. And that's why customers find it easier to work with Indian companies. So how effectively are you able to communicate with your customers, to understand their requirements and to deliver to those requirements? How culturally savvy you are in terms of bridging those intercultural gaps is one important aspect. In a world increasingly threatened by the evils of climate change and global warming, your ESG compliance, environmental social governance compliance, is turning out to be a big competitive edge. I mentioned some statistics. I can tell you that manufacturing sector today is responsible for 22% of the greenhouse gas emissions in India. It consumes 43% of the energy that is consumed in India. So how your company is able to manage the environmental compliances, how you have inclusive growth in terms of equal opportunity employers, last mile connectivity in terms of rural immersion in the mainstreaming of the economy, and obviously great governance. That's another aspect of this. Not to forget important aspect, about financial stability and scalability. Your ability to pace up, ramp down as per customer demands is also something which customer look for. And that scale up, ramp up is not at the expense of quality. So we talked about supply chain, we talked about technology, we talked about ESG, we talked about cultural integration, we talked about your ability to scale up, down. See, these are the aspects which actually define whether your customers prefer you in a global competitive market or no. So when you think of quality, you can't think of quality in isolation, but you have to think of quality across the value chain, and how you can create value for your customers is an underlining message, which is why your customers will prefer you.
Very great answer. I think you really covered the whole spectrum of key factors what the outside customers are looking at. And I think one of the factors, I can just want to give an example, because a lot of European Chinese OEM, when we talk about the localization in the EV sector because of the PLI and subsidy mandate, that there has to be at least 40 to 50% localized content has to be there, then only the OEMs get the subsidies part. I think then people talk about just the, oh, can I just import and do the assembly? No, there is again further tier 2, tier 3 level of the localization is expected. And that's where I see your first point of the localized supply chain, that resilience and the technology aligned with that. Because I've been seeing that a couple of Chinese OEM, or tier 1 suppliers, they are ready to partner up with Indian companies, but their major question is also that, okay, you may be able to bring up the cost, scale, quality, but how you are able to manage, because the way Chinese have built up the supply or value chain ecosystem there, that is something is again one of the key factor, and I can resonate very well with that, Ravindra. Coming to Akash, maybe from your organization perspective, can you give some example where you overcame that manufacturing or quality challenge, and then how with the limited resources? I think you did talk about a cost, but I think you're into the niche sectors. So some example would really help.
Yes, I think early on, when we had just started the business, India and more Pune was a very automotive manufacturing focused place. So in a place like that, hiring talent was from companies that were mainly into automotive manufacturing. So things like turning an 8-inch OD for a length of 2 meters, people used to look at you and laugh. But we had to overcome that, and it came with its own set of challenges, where we had instances like, so we are a contract manufacturing setup. We have to make the part according to the print which the customer gives. So there were instances where the customer has asked for a 16 RMS surface finish, and final inspection has seen that it is 8 RMS, and they have shipped the part out, and we've had a rejection of the whole lot. And my team has come back to me and said that, sir, we gave them better. But it took a while for us to imbibe the culture in the organization that you need to provide what is asked of you and not assume that smoother is better. Then there were instances where the part was manufactured, and in automotive manufacturing, usually you don't leave sharp edges. Cut them out with a chamfer. So following that, my team cut a chamfer and sent a container of 3,000 assemblies without asking, and the whole lot was again rejected. And it was a sealing surface where they did not require a chamfer. So to summarize all of this, it was important for the team to imbibe the culture that you need to not shy away from asking questions. Ask as many questions as required. Collaborate with the customer. Customer is God, of course, but asking questions is not a crime. So ask as many questions as required, and make sure that the product that is leaving your facility is 100% complying to the print, and at the end of the day, it is carrying your name, it is carrying your country's name. 35 countries are receiving our product today. So we take pride in the fact that we're shipping made in India products globally. So it is, I think, our responsibility to make sure that all the products that leave our door are in compliance to global quality standards.
Yeah, that's a good example, as you said, and even Ravinder touched base it's a kind of a co-creation with the customer. I think every sector, what I've seen is right from the R&D to engineering. Since I'm dealing with a lot of European, Chinese companies, when we talk about, we don't say that boss just do the technology transfer. No, it's a co-creation. Although you have made it, but for India, there's a lot of customization, a lot of integration, a lot of optimization is required, and that's without that co-creation, it cannot be happening. So we have seen now there is a really good example, great example, like how the quality value is created today. Let's move on to understand how this technology will shape up the quality for tomorrow. Okay, so maybe I'll start with Cosimo again. So how do you see this quality evolving from inspection to real-time process intelligence, right? I mean, what kind of a technologies will define the next 5 years?
Okay, now we have, like always, we have some breakthrough technologies. Everybody speaks artificial intelligence. In manufacturing environment, yes, artificial intelligence can help us, but there are other technologies available. The technologies available that are not yet generally used in India, and this is going to fill the gap, the quality gap and the productivity gap, is the automatic supervision of the machine, what we call the monitoring. This system is adding some intelligence to the machine, and this intelligence will take care, will observe the machine. If the machine is producing correctly, it will let the machine work. If not, either it will try to correct the issue, in some cases it's possible, otherwise it will call a human. It will stop the machine and call the human. This technology can be used in many applications, many types of machines, big groups of, for instance, in machine tools, or in presses, or in cold forming, or die casting, or wire production, or cable production. And this is a sort of automation because it's reducing the human factor in quality, because humans, we are not good in doing repetitive actions. Just for the people that's worried about the employees, because these are, oh yes, we are going to automate. How are we going to get the number of people working in manufacturing? I just tell you a thing, very simple. Look at the countries with most automation and look at the employment rate. In other words, try to find a worker in US or in Germany. It's an adventure, or in Switzerland as well. Try. They are the countries with higher levels of automation. That's the impact of automation in employment. You generate more employment. And said this. So these technologies, feedback technologies also, so as you produce, you measure and you correct, all this is a present we need to use in our factories. This present will take care of macroscopic quality. It will not measure if it's 3 microns or less, but it will tell us if the manufacturing process is done as expected. And if we have the right production line, of course, it will imply that the production is okay. And when we come to the gauge and we measure the leak testing, we will have okays. This is, on the other hand, by avoiding the production of bad parts, we are going to lower our cost because we are not scrapping, we are not reworking, we are producing more, and the last thing is these systems tend to reduce the cycle time and setup time. This brings us a further increase in production, so it's a perfect solution. This is existing. Then, after this, in 5 years, we speak about artificial intelligence and other things.
but we go A, B, C, D.
Great, great. Coming to then Rajesh, can these intelligent machines or predictive maintenance can really eliminate defects before they happen? So I think in your scenarios, how you see?
Yeah, it helps definitely. I mean, because of course you need to have super technical knowledge that what is causing what kind of defect. I mean, if the machine has got say play in the slide, or if it is having run out in the spindles, then what what is it causing as a quality defect? That understanding has to be there. And if that is there, and that can be acquired, it is not rocket science or something, but that can be acquired. But yeah, I mean, so if you have the proper, like for example, we are now chasing TPM in fact. So in TPM, all these CLETA and all those parameters, that is helping us to keep our machines intact, and eventually it'll result into better quality product. So I mean, that's absolutely, I'm seconding what you said in fact. Yeah.
Yeah, I will just add up to that also. I mean, because last week there was a powertrain conference, and one of the German connector company really showed how the technology is helping their connectors. I said, okay, just a connector, connecting two parts. What is it? But obviously, in the lot of ICE engine or even the hydrogen supply chain generation, there is those connector, and they showed really the innovation that they want. They have these RFIDs connected at both ends, and on the real-time monitoring, if out of those 10 connectors, if the 2 connectors are not connected, it will just give indications, and then you can quickly fix it up as well. And so as I said, there's a lot of good example of the technologies, is, as he also mentioned, these lot of automation technology, feedback loop system, right, is helping a lot. Coming to Ravindra, so how are this customer expectation evolving then with respect to quality, traceability, sustainability, and the life cycle performance? I think you did mention about ESG, governance, sustainability.
Okay, the customer expectation game is always a catch-up game, okay? The underlying truth of customer expectations catch-up game is you need to get under the skin of your customer, which means that you need to know his stated needs, his unstated needs, his needs of today, his needs of tomorrow. And then only you are going to be able to give him the solution that you want. So more broad-based answer is the customer expect moon, as the saying goes. But in reality, customers are also human beings. They also are appreciative of the challenges that we face. They are also mindful of ongoing, let's say, dynamics in commodity pricing, stalled supply chains, exchange rate fluctuations, and so on and so forth. So really having good, great customer relationships is fundamental to knowing their expectations, and then you can deliver or better expectations. That's the underlining statement. To go step by step, you got customer expect first time right, zero defect delivery. And that you can, and I think he gave a great example that if you know his expectations of what the defect means or what he identifies as defect or no defect, your half job is done. So therefore, zero defect first time right is super critical for achieving customer or exceeding customer expectation. Second thing I have observed that customers are under extreme pressure to achieve their ESG goals. Whether it is carbon emission goals, energy goals, sustainability goals, water footprint reduction, we can go on and on. So they are also on a massive drive to greening their supply chain, which means your scope 3 emissions have to be also ensured that they are aligned with what customer expect. That means you also need to get into reduce, recycle, reuse, replenish, repurpose, rescale game of a circular economy. So you have to be mindful what his ESG or sustainable goals are, and then actually come good on those goals. So that's the second aspect of the whole game. Second, we are all talking of life cycle management. Basically take, make, use, and dispose So the customer expectations are also getting towards end of the life cycle disposition. Solar panels, wind turbine blades, batteries. Today, end of the life cycle disposition is a big challenge to which the solutions are being found out. So are you staying ahead in the game to help him achieve solution to that problem, which is tomorrow's problem, is also something which you factor in to make sure that you deliver or exceed customer expectations. Then obviously, we are all buying from this Amazon and Flipkarts where the traceability of our consignment is extremely important. From the time, and especially I am coming from the project business, also in product business, but in project business, especially when the life cycles are long, how the project is progressing. If the customer is kept informed throughout the life cycle, and that way we ensure there is a surprise free delivery, or you are being proactive in communication to bring in much needed transparency and trust, I think you are delivering on the customer expectations and delivery. And last, obviously, contractual compliances, delivering on the promise, promising what you can deliver and delivering what you have promised, which is fundamental to actually winning customer confidence and actually delivering on their expectations. The underlining thread in all these buckets, whether it is transparency, traceability, whether it is life cycle management, circular economy, zero defect, documentation, all of these lies a implicit thread of quality, because we are saying that quality is not something which is a deliverable of the quality department that is identified, but quality is everybody's business. Just like we say safety is everybody's everyday business, quality has to be everybody's everyday business. And if we do that, delivering on customer expectation doesn't remain a dream.
Great. I think, Ravinder, you covered very well, 60-degree, well-rounded from the customer perspective. I really like the stated and unstated part, because that's most important thing. And also, I resonate with you. You mentioned about the project traceability. There is in the product also, now in the Europe already, there's a DPP, which is a digital product passport, is getting mandated. And I think that will bring a lot of clarity here as well. We need to manage that DPP here in India as well. Coming to Akash, what kind of a practical steps this maybe MSMEs can take today without kind of a major investment, right, to improve this quality? Can you give some examples?
Sure. So I think right now it's a very good time for the country, especially after COVID, when China was a single source for a lot of commodities, lot of products, and those supply chains came to a halt overnight, which is why a lot of companies from all over the world needed a plus one overnight, which is why we had a lot of demand push in to the country overnight. And I think we should use this time and opportunity over the next 10 years at least to make sure that we align ourselves according to the requirements of global quality, which will help us grow mutually. But to answer your question, I think there's a couple of things that Indian MSMEs can do to make sure that they get on this boat. One is, again, certifications. Don't treat them just as compliance. Make sure you take all of your certifications very seriously and imbibe that culture in your organization, be it just your ISOs 9001, 14001, 45001. Complicated certifications like aerospace, the AS 9100D, or the oil and gas certifications like API Q1. You can use these certifications to make sure you keep your whole organization in check, as well as imbibe a culture of quality and safety throughout the whole organization. Other than that, quality does not have to be a very expensive affair to begin with. Companies, small companies, don't need a world-class metrology lab to begin with to make sure that they're complying to global quality standards. Just simple things like operator awareness, or your quality department making sure they're in touch with all the stakeholders throughout the process also makes a huge difference. So when volume justifies, then you can go ahead with investment. But the mentality that quality comes at a price needs to shift. I think these couple of things will make a huge difference for the whole country going forward.
Yeah, it's good. The, it's really good the way you put up from the culture mindset beyond the investments as well. So I think we'll just come, given the time, we'll just have a one quick rapid fire, and then please make it rapid fire. I don't want sentences. I want one sentence, okay? So each one of us having some different questions. Cosimo, one technology that will redefine manufacturing quality. One sentence. One technology that will redefine manufacturing quality.
What I said in the last intervention, monitoring. Process monitoring redefines quality and brings quality, transforms from quality to quality assurance.
Okay, process monitoring. Maybe Rajesh, one myth about quality.
One,
Myth.
I think Akash has already replied that quality is a cost.
Okay.
That's a myth.
Okay, the myth is not equals to the cost. Ravindra, one leadership habit that creates a quality culture.
Zero tolerance.
Okay. One advice for Indian MSMEs. One. Biggest impacting without investments again.
Without investments. I think on-machine inspection.
Okay, on machine. I think it's in line with the real-time monitoring process. So here we go. I mean, as we say, you need a technology, you need a mindset, you need the process monitoring, and should not be looked as a cost, is what we're looking at as a wrap-up of this particular panel session. With this, maybe I'll have a one or two question from the panel, for the panel from the audience, if there is a time, Dinesh, or if there are questions from the audience. Oh, great. Can we have a mic? Maybe you can say your name, company, and then to whom you want to address, or in general, whatever.
Namaste. My name is Tushar Lanjewar. I am from Alicon Castalloy Limited, and my background is I am from research and development design. Our company is supplying castings to OEMs. So my question is about quality of life, the work-life balance. We are comparing China, and China is working 24/7. India is working 24/6. Europe is working 24/5. So the speed which China have, which is not a long term thing, it is short term. One day they will collapse. But do we have that time?
So the question is, in India, how do we achieve
That quality
of the life, work-life
because
balance?
because if
Is that-
your employees are not working, then it is not
Yeah, we
sustainable.
understand.
It is not long term.
So is that a question, right?
Yeah.
do we
How
in
we
India-
will, yeah.
So I think Ravindra.
Fundamentally, if your work is not part of your life, then something terribly wrong. My learning after 36 years of experience is work and life have to be aligned, which means you do what you enjoy doing. Now, I understand that in real life there are challenges, there are compulsions, there are, but no divine intervention is going to help you solve that problem. So, first point to your question is, if your work is not a subset of your life, then something fundamentally wrong. We need to introspect and see what we can do. Second, I would never be judgmental in saying something is not sustainable. I mean, you said China, it will collapse and that's not permanent. We don't know. But counting in merely number of hours is probably a little bit myopic. Okay, I think the whole discussion was about quality. So I think the whole aspect of your question, whether how do we find and or catch up or move ahead of the competition, it's something we will have to do whatever we are doing to the best of our abilities. We have to just some of the things that got discussed here, make a mind shift change that whatever I do best or nothing but the best. I think there is, I would have, if in the interest of time, I may not have luxury of explaining this anecdote, but there is a book called Why Not the Best by Jimmy Carter. So, Jimmy Carter, I will spend 2 minutes on it. Jimmy Carter was young naval officer who was being interviewed by Admiral Rickover, who is known as the father of nuclear submarine. So he powered nuclear submarine engines. And he says when he was interviewed, the toughest question he was ever asked to was, did you give your best? And that question, he says, haunted me. He went on to become US president. And when he said yes and no, and then the next question came is why not? So if we can keep these two questions in mind, is this the best I can do, or did I give my best? If I did not give my best, why not? I think we'll have a lot of answers to the questions that you posed. Little bit philosophical, but I think profound.
Yes, I add as two observations. Among the richest countries, you work 7.5, 7.7 hours per day, 5 days a week. One point, look at the US, look at Europe, look at Japan. Japan is not a good example, but also it's less than here. China works less than here now. It used to be different. And if you in manufacturing, if you have the adequate level of automation, you don't need to work that much. Humans, the machines do.
I think I must say that the questions added really the really good perspective we didn't capture during our panel. So thanks to the question. Any other last question, or just? Okay, so with this, I really would like to thank our panelists. Can we have a round of applause for their expertise and comments? So thank you again for all the audience for patiently listening, and I'm sure you have good takeaways to take from the panelists' thoughts and the examples, which would probably help you to build more quality in your life, both work and family life as well. So thank you again. Thanks, Dinesh.
And can we have Mr. Amit Yadav, Management Representative, the Association for Manufacturing Technology, to honor our esteemed speakers? Can we clear the table first, and then, because in the era of LinkedIn and YouTube, we need good photos. And there are a lot of takeaways from Chalta hai to nahi chalega attitude. Quality is must. And I take this opportunity to thank all our speakers. Thank you, Akash, for sparing a half a day for us. And it's always good to interact with you. You are a coach to me as well. And we, okay. Thank you, esteemed panelists. We break for 6 minutes and then we have 1 hour technical presentation. I will try to be on time, ladies and gentlemen. You can grab your quick coffee, use the washroom. We meet again in another 8 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Yogesh. not here. He has over 100,000 subscribers, 500,000 followers. Vishnu ji, can you please ask our esteemed delegates to be joining us? We have to be on time because we have to have a lunch, and then some will travel to Bangalore, some will travel to Chennai, Hyderabad. We have different locations. Delhi as well. I guess whoever I sent out, they are busy drinking their own coffee rather than asking people to come. There is no bhul bhulaiya, guys. Please come inside. Ramana Mosunuru. Thank you, Vishnu, from CMTI, Central Manufacturing Technology Institute. Very fine young man, very hardworking guy. So ladies and gentlemen, now we move to our technical presentation, and our motto is to be on time and deliver all the topics at a very fast pace. A very interesting quiz will also come with lot of takeaways, so we have to be very attentive. I like this idea by ExxonMobil that everybody has to be attentive to get the takeaways. I missed last time. I will try to be a little more attentive so that I get my prize. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Suvis Prasad, Sales Advisor West, ExxonMobil Lubricants Private Limited. Can we have a big round of applause for Suvis?
Thank you, Yogesh, for that amazing welcome. I hope I am able to do justice to the time allocated. But good afternoon, all. I am Suvish Prasad, fortunate enough to represent ExxonMobil India in this wonderful forum, a room full of industry stalwarts and thought leaders. My compliments to the organizers for doing 2 successful editions, and from the look of it, this also looks like a massive success. Also, my agenda during the day would be to take everyone through what ExxonMobil is doing in the country and what we have been doing across the globe. At the same time, give you a little perspective about how we want to position ourselves as a lubrication partner of choice in this ever-evolving ecosystem of manufacturing in India. So without much ado, that's my agenda for the day, and as Yogesh just mentioned, I am a Santa Claus in a suit who will be giving some giveaways as we progress, and as in exchange of your attention, those giveaways are something that you'll cherish for a very long time. My marketing team thinks talking too much is boring, and hence they gave me some very interesting videos to start the presentation with. On this slide, it's just a verbatim textual slide, but what we read here is a 150-year of heritage of my brand that I'm representing on the stage today. 150 years, I'm sure every one of us would appreciate that that talks about 6 to 8 generations, and that 6 to 8 generations of expertise, and that too globally assimilated, gives a lot of inertia, gives a lot of command, gives a lot of technical knowledge repository that we would want to bring to your shop floor, that we would want to bring to your operations. And the ultimate goal of doing all of this is to be a partner of choice rather than be a regular lubricant supplier like the 100 others that you would visit or get visited by every day. Starting with off a video, I hope the audio works. So this video was absolutely not designed to sync up with the event theme. And as we all identified from the previous panelists and speakers and all the industry leaders, that quality is the bedrock, quality is the bottom line, quality is something that is non-negotiable. Same is what is in our DNA as a brand. Quality and innovation is what Mobile has been representing for over the years, year on year and across various countries. We continue to innovate not only for the globe, but very customized for all the countries that we operate in. Going forward, I'll also take you through what ExxonMobil is doing a little bit in India and more focused on the mobile lubricants part of business unit, which is where I come from or I hail from. If you look at the value chain of oil and gas, ExxonMobil has been present across all the parts of this value chain all through its inception. Be it finding new oil and gas wells, developing them, producing oil out of them, bringing them to the refineries, refining various products that we use in our day-to-day life, starting from lubricants, fuels, aviation fuels, etc., 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 to plastics, polymers. We do have some very established and large and global brands across the globe that are present here in India as well, which comes from the house of ExxonMobil. Although those brands may not be visible every day, but they create a huge and valuable impact to our daily lives. So if you look at the left side of the busy slide, you'll see that there are three functions that are governing the corporate strategy, or that is how the ExxonMobil Corporation is divided, where upstream covers all the production part until the refining and everything. Product solutions is all about refining those products and bringing all these refined products to various markets and to the end customers. And very interestingly, we have a third function, which is low carbon solutions. We would have heard a lot of hullabaloo or a lot of noise about how energy needs have been changing, energy needs have been evolving, and then the energy basket has been changing. A lot of our competition did try a lot of things, only to realize, I mean, this is all there in the secondary news and reports, only to realize that oil and gas or the traditional or the conventional fuel will definitely remain very predominant going forward as well, as far as the energy basket is concerned. So the criminal is not what comes out of the ground. The criminal is what comes out of the tailpipes or the exhaust or whatever the carbon gets emitted. ExxonMobil is leading this space as well, where we are capturing a lot of the carbon gets emitted from the conventional energy sources and then putting it to productive use or storing it in a way that it reduces the impact on the environment. So sustainability remains again a foundation principle for us, and also preserving the mother nature and keeping it safe for the generations is one of the founding principles that we operate on. In India, we are present predominantly in the lubes, gas, and chemicals function. Gas, of course, is a very new entrant. Maybe around 10 years back or 12 years back is where we predominantly started entering this market, and all the piped natural gases and all the industrial gas that we use. Somewhere the supplier to those gas in a big way is ExxonMobil Corporation. We have been in this country in various forms for the past 100+ years. A very interesting conversation I had with one of my distributors or retailers at one point of time when I joined the organization was, "Sir, Castrol ka mobile kitne mein milega?" And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, you are a distributor, how can you talk like that? That's a competition brand. We don't mention competition brands while we talk. But what he meant was, what is the cost of the competition brand? So Mobil in India has become synonymous to oil, just like Colgate is to toothpaste. Interchangeably used, the legacy continues, the brand continues, and that is, I mean, I'm very proud about the fact that we are interchangeably used with what oil requirements are, or when your operator or when your mechanic goes to a shop, or when your operator comes to you and asks for your lubricants, he interchangeably calls the lubricants as Mobil. So we've been present there for quite a while. Investments are increasing day in, day out. From an employee strength of less than 1,000 people, today we have more than 5,000 people working in our Bangalore center. And very fortunate and very proud to say that India is right now engineering for the world for ExxonMobil. We have engineers, the STEM candidates, who are based out of Bangalore, who are not only analyzing and researching, but also doing a lot of tier 3, tier 4 technologies with global oil and gas wells present across the entire spread of the earth. Moving ahead, it's a busy slide. I would just want you to focus on few highlighted points here. What I wish to highlight through this slide is that we have an absolute control of the value chain. So lubricants, from what I represent, is basically a composite of base stocks, additives, and all the process engineering that comes along. Very happy and very fortunate to say that 6 base oil refineries is that ExxonMobil operates directly, alongside a lot of JVs that exist globally and all the third-party arrangements that we have. But these 6 base oil refineries give us a lot of competitive advantage as far as the value that gets built into the product. Because we control the product, we control the raw material, we control the process of manufacturing, and as well as the distribution and marketing of it. So, and the products are global slate, nothing is customized for any country. We bring the global products to each and every country that we operate in. And of the 195 countries that are recognized globally, we operate in 161 of them. 1 million samples a year, and that's a huge number. These million samples are not about reactive maintenance, but also a lot of times about predictive and preemptive maintenances, and also identifying how best to reduce the total oil consumption or how best to enhance the efficiency of the partners. We have some state-of-the-art labs which many of our competition or many of industry players still can't boast of, spread across globally, and these labs bring across technical services and capabilities that will help each of our customers and partners to overall reduce their total cost of lubrication by doing a lot of analysis. So oil is somewhat a synonym of blood in our body. The analysis that we do gives us a lot of symptoms, gives us a lot of predictive intelligence on what we can do, and our labs are very well equipped to do that, not only in India but across the globe. I'm sure everyone would have taken note, and that's a hint. So again, a busy slide. Sustainability forms a centerpiece of our whatever we do, right from our production capabilities to how we distribute it, how we market it, how we capture our own waste as well as greenhouse gases, etc., has been very key to our operations. And ExxonMobil technologies are also, I would say, technology transferred to a lot of oil marketing companies across the globe in the practices that we do to reduce the overall impact on the environment. Very interesting fact. So, wind energy, a focus segment for a lot of governments across the globe. So, there must be 100 established lubricant companies in this on this Mother Earth. And of that 100 established lubricant companies, there is one company which powers 25% of windmills. So, we occupy a massive share in the wind segment, as you can see from the slide. Not only does it represent sustainability, but windmills are something that is very complex to operate. They are at a height. It is not easy to reach there every day. The maintenance practices have to be very bang on, and it has a lot of nuances. So you only trust someone high up there in the sky who is very reliable and who will not let you down. So Mobil is very fortunate enough to power more than 25% of installed global wind turbines. And something that we realized very early on as a brand was that equipment builders, or OEMs that we all know them as, they are the centerpiece of the manufacturing ecosystem. And we believe that they are changing this world and progressing mankind every day, one machine at a time. Mobil has been associated with equipment builders and OEMs across the globe for 100+ years now. If you look at the photo on the slide, this photo was taken somewhere 100 years back in Germany, where the first OEM seminar was done by Mobil Oil Company. And it still continues to focus on the engagement and the association in a lot of capacities, be it nameplate mentions, be it preferential endorsements, be it top of the stack list. So we do continuously engage with the OEMs, not only in getting recommendations, but also on their R&D front. So the new machines that get developed, a lot of times our technical application expertise do get built into how the machine would function and operate, and what is the kind of lubricant that is needed to power these equipments. And we still continue to believe in this process. We will continue to push through this process as India progresses, as India develops. A lot of homegrown OEMs would also come out, and we would look forward to partner to all those OEMs, and we are continuously doing it. Some examples of how we have been engaging with a lot of OEMs. These are on the slide. You will see a couple of wind grades and then a hydraulic grade, which are recommended by various equipment manufacturers and being told to their customers. In fact, a lot of warranty period machines continue to use mobile without a doubt because the assurance and the quality that we bring along is unparalleled. Again, as I just mentioned, some nameplate capacities or capabilities that we have. This takes a lot of effort, you know, to convince an OEM and them to convince them to tell their customers that this is what we recommend you put it and this is what we send it along. So alongside their own brand, we try to ingrain our brand into their offerings, and that gives us a lot of heads up as well as creates a trust and a belief and a reassurance in front of the customer that the value the money that they are paying for has a lot of value in it. So again, my marketing team, I have some great marketing folks. They think that I'll be speaking too much. They have again inbuilt a video into it. That's our offer to the local market. It quickly summates of what we have been doing from the product front in India and what will come to your shop floor or is at your shop floor. Some key takeaways that I have from the slide is that Vactra, one of our champion products that we have globally, very nameplate recommended product, very known name. We wanted to reinforce the same into the Indian markets. And is when we did some studies with CMTI, as you would have seen. Those are our slideway lubricants. And what we observed was Vactra to its nearest competition has given a great positional accuracy as well as lesser vibrations. And it definitely translates to lesser rejections, better surface finishes, and overall productivity increase for our users. Now, no great product is successful without an even greater service. Mobile brings you the world-class services to your doorstep from years of assimilated technology leadership. We bring these services basis our experience that we have globally, as well as some edge of the market technologies that we have developed internally or through our association with various third-party providers who are very resourced and skilled at what they are doing. What these services bring to your table are again more than reactive. There are predictive and preemptive maintenance practices that these can help with, and also doing a lot of root cause analysis, identifying the best practices, helping you. So basically what I want to emphasize through this slide is we are a lubricant solutions provider. We believe in bringing down the total cost of lubrication. Interacting with anyone from mobile, you will always realize that we don't talk about lubricants, but we always talk about lubrication. Talk about thermography inspections, talk about leakage studies, talk about plant studies. We have our experts coming to your place, identifying what went wrong or what could go wrong through a lot of new and advanced machinery that we possess, and also give you a comprehensive report about how we help you become better every day on a productivity and sustainability front. Energy efficiency study is something that we are doing every day because as a nation we are an energy guzzler, and a major part of our operational cost goes into energy cost. And through our lubricants we try to reduce the energy costs by bringing more energy efficient products to your stable, and in applications where periodic sampling is not a norm or where it cannot be done, we have engaged with some of the largest IIoT suppliers named Poseidon. So Poseidon is someone who has been operating with a lot of armed forces globally, and they do it because they have a technical capability of giving some of the best sensors globally, and these sensors are available at your doorstep on your machine shop, provided there is a need for one, and provided we identified that there is something that we can bring to your stable. Of course, available very much in India, and we can talk more about it as we meet and network through the lunch. I see Yogesh looking into my eyes to wrap it up quickly. So yeah, so we'll talk more about it. So these are some of the edge of the market offerings that we bring to the local customers from a global slate, and all of this is again targeted towards improving your overall user experience. Something that we have done recently in India and also across some markets across the globe, a phygital initiative, which is a combination of physical and digital initiatives where our apps give you a real-time data of how your machine shop has been performing from a productivity and performance standpoint, as well as we have some mobile services that can reach your respective doorsteps and do a lot of interesting things for you, like oil cleaning, which is filtration, sump cleaning up your CNC VNC sumps, and also tramp oil removal, which is one of the major roadblocks or one of the most corrosive things that can be present at your shop floor. All these capabilities are present with us and in a mobile fashion. You don't need to engage your own teams, or you don't need to engage some local vendors. We can bring it to your doorstep and give you documented and validated results that again help you improve your productivity and also extend the life of lubricants as well as life of your machines. Again, as I said, you can always check back more on this, and we will also try to contact each and every one of you as we close this session or as we move ahead. These are something that is first of its kind in India. Many of the competition doesn't have it in the form that we have. Quick summation of what I've just been all bragging about or talking about. Mobile represents a lubrication solution, moving beyond products, talking about services, and also the expertise that we have. Trust me, we have some subject matter experts from various industries that we have brought to our table, and this knowledge repository remains with us and is our differentiating factor. Coming to what interests all of us, the first question that I have for the audience basis the small presentation that I just did. Can anyone just help me identify how many base oil refineries that we have? Okay, maybe I'll give the organizers the last chance. Someone else from the... Sir, please. Someone else, maybe. Very close though. Perfect. So my reindeers, please help with a gift for our very esteemed guest who has identified it very right. We have 6. We have more than 8 actually globally through our JVs and all those things, but owned ones are 6. The nearest one to us is Singapore, Jurong Island. It's the gentleman right at this table. Yeah. Thank you so much. A huge round of applause. Thank you, sir, for your attention. I appreciate that. The next question I have for the audience is, I just mentioned something about it. Can someone say what are the services that we offer via the mobile van that I just showcased? I have a hand. Okay, I need some hand raises because that's going to be difficult. I don't have so many gifts. I'm a poor Santa Claus. Okay, I think I saw the hand first, so I'll give it to sir. Maybe sir, you can just, I think sir, sorry. I think the sir in the green jacket, I think he raised his hand first. Thank you so much. Again, guys, a huge round of applause. Thank you so much for paying attention. Much appreciate. I wish I could have more for each one of you, but justice prevails. I would love to be at your place, sir. Last and the final one. I just mentioned about this as well, how we are reinforcing our product FABs locally, and we have done something with CMTI, a very known name in the industry. Vectra 2, our global and champion product. Can someone say where is it used for? Okay, I have sir who's raised his hand. Okay, I'll pass it on. Unfortunately not. Yes sir, please. Perfect. So thank you so much, sir. That's all I have for me. And thank you so much for your attention. I love this interaction. Look forward to more. Oh yeah, it's already there.
Thank you, thank you. We want you to stay for a couple of minutes. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sachin Gambhire to honor our esteemed speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our speaker and Mr. Sachin Gambhire from Triumph India. Thank you, Sachin ji. Thank you, Suvesh. Thank you. And it's good that you have, disqualified organizers to answer. Now we move to our second presentation. I would like to invite the dynamic leader, Mr. Cosimo Chereda, Managing Director, Marpos India, for his technical presentation. Handle with care.
The other side. I know also this side we have another one USB. Fine. This is audio, okay, we don't need it. We need this one. Okay, here we are again. Good afternoon this time. Honored again to be here on the stage. And we're going to speak a bit about quality, kind of continuation of what we were saying during the panel discussion. Okay, we are going to speak about what we can do for quality in a factory. Of course, first, you are going to let me present Marpos. Then we are going to speak about quality. Why is a priority? Quality control versus quality assurance. That's the key, quality assurance, and means to achieve that. Okay? So let's see, who's Marpos? Marpos is a global company with lots of factories around the world, normally small. We are not a huge company. We are just 3,300 worldwide. I mean, it's not. We have 80 offices. We are present in all the industrial countries. If there is industry, we are there, which means we are in North America, very much in South America, basically Brazil. Then Europe, of course, and then all Asia, because Asia is a very industrial area. Probably, everybody knows most manufacturing is done in Asia. Good. There was some speaking about how much a company should invest in R&D. Okay, we invest 8%. This number is not true. It's more. because this number accounts only for the R&D we have in the production sites. But if in India we develop a system to check glass, for instance, is a truth, and if this system is to be exported worldwide, this is not in this number. If we develop the new generation of shaft measurement with laser, it's not in this number, okay? This is, so I don't want to show off. What I want is to give an example of how important is R&D if we want to be in the international production game, okay? Maybe we are a bit special because we offer means for product lines to improve productivity and quality. True, maybe we are a bit special, but is a way. I mean, with 0%, with 0.3%, we go nowhere. Okay. Then, in India, we are present in 6 offices. Our main office is in Manesar. The second biggest office is the third one in Bangalore. So I keep putting in the third place. I should move it to up, so it would be more coherent. So here we have another office with repair, blah, 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 etc. And in the future, we will have more. We already start having some service around in other places like Indore and other industrial clusters. I mean, we are here from 1984. So it's a while. We are almost 200 people here in India. So it's logical that we have this. What we do is we do quality and productivity across the lines. How we achieve that? We achieve that first controlling production. And when you control production, you get the right quality. You got to invest a little bit more. You control production. You get it right the first time. You're going to see again this concept. We are a very important supplier of devices for grinding machines. So it's the wheel balancers and these things, and the measurement, online measurement, feedback systems. All this is a big part of our activity. And finally, we do testing and checking. So probably is how we are best known in India for our gauges, our leak testing systems, our electrical testing system, so all this stuff. Then, now let's go to the point. This was a bit of publicity about Marpos. I'm here. I have to sell you the company. This is my job. But now let's speak about quality. India is very competitive in cost. This is something we know. We already have seen that this is not enough because we have to supply to the level of others. So we have a factory here. By the way, we are making it bigger, the factory in Manesar. So we understand also this. We are suffering also this issue. Because if the international market, the international game of business requires a certain level of quality. Some companies, some Indian companies already are there, others not. Some are, for instance, if you are producing EVs, you are there. If you are producing, or you tend to be there. If you are producing in aerospace, you are there. In aerospace, there is no joking about quality. In other sectors, we have to reach the point. So we have a very uneven situation. So, again, this we could skip because we've said so much today about quality that is clear. It's a priority. There is no discussion. We want to have a very industrial country. There were even numbers, very interesting. So this is clear. We have to produce with quality. Now, to get quality, what we can do? The traditional approach is to control the quality. I produce something, and at the end of the line, I check if this something is right or wrong. This is very good if we think about our customer, because if I sort correctly the product, then he is going to be happy. So my customer could be my next department or somebody else.
The problem of that is that we have a cost. Scrap. We waste time. The other approach is to make it right. This is why we were saying quality is a mindset. Here, in this point, comes the mindset. We have to produce to get it right the first time. Only if we get it right the first time, we are going to be productive, competitive, and we are going to make sure everything is fine. Nothing, we cannot make mistakes, we cannot miss a measurement, because the process forces quality. And we have a lot of means to do that. We have grinding properly. We buy the right machinery, the right grinding equipment, and when we buy grinding machines, we have different choices in the machine and in the means that are included in the machines. Normally, if you want high precision, you will use a brand. If you need medium precision, another one or another one. Of course, that's the publicity piece. We have everything. Then machine monitoring, spoken about this. For instance, if you are producing something and you have a machine tool and you break a tool, you need somebody that checks if this operation is being made. If the tool you break is a drill and after you will tap, then you have a bigger problem, because to tap without hole normally is no good for the machine, right? Or you have a press and there is some part of metal that's stuck to the mold. All this is creating a problem. Monitoring solves this. So you make sure the process is perfect. The feedback systems is the processing something, measuring, and before you go out of tolerance, you correct the machine. Let's say I have to produce and I have a tolerance of plus minus 10 microns. I can create an envelope in this tolerance of plus minus 8 microns, and when I reach plus or minus 10 microns in the measurement, I tell the machine, correct. So I never go out of tolerance. Is a real-time measurement with feedback. So, and finally, and probably is the most important, is the environment conditions. The environment conditions is how clean is my factory, how tidy is my factory. If I don't take care of my factory, and it's not clean, it's not tidy, everything is, how am I going to expect my people to take care of the production? It's a mindset thing. It's not related in the fact, but here in the brain is very much related. And if you enter a factory and you see everything tidy, you know quality is going to be better. Then, so we said tidiness, temperature control. I cannot expect to produce the same size in summer and in winter if I have big variations in temperature, if I'm in high precision. Or I need good quality equipment, adequate for the purpose. Again, good quality is not perfect, is adequate, is meeting the specification. So when I build my line, I need the elements that match the quality. And I need the skills. And maybe I need some filtration to have no dust in the environment. I have to take care of the vibrations, because if I'm machining in a vibrating environment, I may spoil the part. Huh? All these issues require attentive study and right mindset to be ready to optimize for the running costs and not for the investment. You are going to pay more. We are going to see that in another here, in this quality assurance against quality control. We are going, with quality assurance, we are going to eliminate the possibility of creating bad parts. And this costs money. If I want to avoid the collision, the damage of a collision in a machine, or I want monitoring, I'm going to spend some lakhs per machine. But I'm going to reduce my running cost. So I'm going to have some more, little bit more investment, but I'm going to reduce my running cost in such a way that you tend to have an excellent return of investment. So is it worthwhile to think? And I'm not speaking just about our products, I'm speaking about generally, about quality assurance concept. You are going to have consistent quality, especially if you have different departments or different operations. Your next machine, your next department will be fitted with adequate products. If the raw material changes, let's say I'm buying some casting from somewhere. If the hardness changes, my system notices that. If my sheet of metal is of a different thickness, when I stamp it, I notice that. And I produce one bad part if I have monitoring, not more. And I stop. I don't have 8 hours of bad production. This is the point. So we have some higher investment, lower running costs, quality control based production will give us, of course, a lower investment, but we are going to be running behind the quality. We are not going to be able to eliminate the root cause. Because if the root cause is vibration, what is my solution? I'm going to build a new basement for the machine? What I am going to do? If in summer I'm producing smaller parts, okay, I can do something. But anyway, it's complicated. You cannot day by day. Skills of the operator are also very important. But better than skills of the operator, we have to think in critical operations about automation. Why? Because humans are not good at repetitive operations. We are very good thinking, but we are not good doing all the day this. I will do it wrong. After 1 hour, after 2, I will do it wrong. I will be distracted, I will be drinking my coffee. I will, in India, my tea, I'm Italian, so I have a special relationship with coffee. But here is going to be my tea. Okay, and then I'm going to get it wrong. If in this critical part I have a machine, it will reproduce. I have a case, the customer is measuring, is a final control of quality, is measuring a part that weighs 15 kgs, 1.5, and is loading by hand. Do you think is going to be loaded the same way all day long? What do you think is going to happen in the night shift, especially in the bad hours when you are tired? You are going to drop it, or you are going to smash it in the machine. The machine is worth 1.5 crores because it's heavy. In fact, the result is there. Half of the parts are badly measured. They tend to be good, but they are badly measured. So it brings a lot of rework to understand why the part is dirty, because somebody touched it. So you need in these critical operations or a classification, you have to match big two parts. You have to build two parts together, bigs with bigs, small with smalls. You know, in industry it's very common. You have tolerance. You cannot really produce this tolerance, so you measure and you match bigs with bigs and smalls with smalls. In an engine, for instance, the conrods are matched by weight. We are not that good producing a very precise conrod, but if I put all the conrods at the weight plus 3 grams together, I got an equilibrated motor. This is very common. In these operations, it's good to automate because they are critical. Is where I get it wrong. So you have to study your line and think about this. We don't want an automatic line if we don't need it. We want adequate level of automation. Okay. Now we are going to get a bit more in detail into means to get quality. In die casting, in machine tool, in presses, in cold forming, in wire, in many things, you can monitor. Monitor will be a system, an electronic system, a small computer, a small intelligence that you add to your machinery is going to help you by learning the process. It will detect what you are doing. It will work automatically, and it will say it is right or it is wrong. If I have a machine tool, for instance, if my tool is wrong, if my part is badly clamped, if it's clamped the other way around, if the tool is broken, if the spindle is gone, if the tool is worn, all this is going to detect. It's going to shorten the cycle time because it's intelligent. It's going to say, let's go faster. In die casting, I'm going to get the right temperatures of the mold. By getting the right temperatures of the mold, there is going to be no warping. Is going to be no porosities. So you are increasing the quality. You are giving a longer life to your mold. In die casting, you know what a mold costs. You are going to reduce your setup time to a third, to a fourth. The remelting rate in die casting tends to be 20%. 20% of your production is bad, you remelt it. You can go down to 3-5%. This is time for production, this is energy, and the quality, and the life of your mold, and so on. I mean, for presses is the same. So these systems, we need to spread them in our factories if we want to control quality. If we want to assure we are doing the right thing the first time. If we want to reduce the running costs, because again, we've been speaking, yes, quality costs money. Yes, upfront investment goes up, but running cost goes down. I'm more competitive. Then in grinding, we use a lot, we have a lot feedback systems. Feedback systems is you measure and you correct. I was speaking about this a few minutes ago. So before you reach the auto specification, you correct the machine. You can do that with mainly we do that. You can do that with grinding systems. Why? Because grinding systems tends to be the operation, the process that gives you the right size. But you can apply this concept also in other areas. And it's not, I mean, of course, I'm giving examples of what we use, what we do, but in your factory, you can think also about other applications that are not necessarily linked with grinding. And let's go. Automation, I think we spoke about automation, the need of adequate automation, the analysis in our line, where we have problems and what is the root cause. If we identify the root cause, we're going to find the solution. Could be automation, could be some other system, but we need to do that to assure quality. So it's a process, it's a thinking. Environment, we also spoke about this. These are the main four factors. Temperatures, because of dilatation of materials, because if you are welding a hot part, and the hot part could be 45 degrees, it's going to be used at 3 degrees, it's going to shrink, and something could happen. What you saw, or the other way around. And what you made the leak testing with air, everything fine, but then at higher temperature doesn't work. You have a big leak testing. So you have a solution for this. You need, for instance, in this example, you need helium leak testing, because then you are checking that your leakage is so small that even after 5 years, even at a different temperature, even under vibration, is going to be the adequate. You overkill a bit because you need it. So you have to think about all these things. Vibration in the machining, in the measuring, to make sure everything goes smooth. That's why you have these nice specifications for the machines. You need a base of the machine, very heavy and strong, to have the machine stable and not to transmit vibration across your factory. Cleanliness, we spoke about this. Connection of all elements. The example of this part of 15 kgs manually loaded is an example. You need a good quality of connection to get the part the right way, not to damage. All these things are the areas where you have to spend a bit more to reduce the failures and the cost. And then finally, you need service. We have all the systems to have predictive maintenance, condition-based monitoring. Yeah, fine. Do we want them? Normally not. And we sell them. Why? Because they cost a lot of money and effort. In some specific cases, yes. I mean, if I have a windmill I cannot reach easily, okay then. But my machine is there. I can reach it. So I want to do this only in special cases. So sometimes new technologies are not the solution because of their cost and their effort. But they are to be considered. Maintenance is very important to get the quality. To have a machine well lubricated, to have a machine working correctly, to perform accuracy tests. This is important. And you have to monitor that. And then the proper use of equipment. This is the instructions. I mean, there are no shortcuts. If I have a machine that works certain ways, that way. With our machines, that tends to be, our machines tend to be measuring machines, okay? The monitoring system and the grinding, our components are electronic, but in our machines, sometimes we detect that there are some shortcuts or lack of knowledge of how they operate, and this leads to problems, leads to bad measurement, and this gives problem because if the part is good and you scrap it, or much worse, the part is bad but you accept it because the gauge is the instrument to check the quality, the gauge, the leak testing, the electrical testing, whatever, is not well maintained, we have a problem. So we need maintenance, the adequate maintenance, okay? And with this,
Cosimo, I would like to invite Preeti Mishra to honor Mr. Cosimo Chereda. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we are running a little late. Another 23 minutes I ask from you, and we will try to be very crisp. Thank you for having patience. We are trying to be on time. And now I would like to invite Mr. Nilesh from CMT, from Supply Point. Mr. Nilesh.
Yes, good afternoon. Namaskar, I am Nilesh Thorat from Supply Point. Thank you for joining us for the events Makers of Bharat. I hope it is a little bit late, but I'll wrap up as early as possible. We all are using the different consumables on the shop floor, like cutting tools, MRO items, different gauges, like durables items. When we specifically talk about the cutting tools applications, so it is a hidden cost, it is hidden opportunity for the profit for ourselves. So as a supply point, what exactly we do? We are offering the smart systems to make the smart factories by converting the conventional store to the completely digital and smart store. On the left hand side, or on the right hand side, you can see on the top, we are having the multiple conventional store. We are maintaining all the store without any accountability, without any traceability of the materials. So we help you to convert your conventional store into the completely digital and smart store. Yeah, we discuss about the quality. We have many keynote speakers. Everyone has added their points. We all Indians are having the good manufacturing capabilities. Specifically, we all are having the higher machining capability, skilled workers, flexible supply chain, and demand adaptability. All the things we have, but where we are lagging, where we are losing. The most important point is that when we talk about the inventory management, it is all about the accountability. So accountability is like who has issue, which item, for which job, how many of those quantity. These related to the accountability. Then what about the material availability? So accountability, material availability challenges, and about the control and the consumption, these are the basic pain problems from the inventory management. So as we from the supply points, we have the different products, different solutions, different software features to support you to optimize your inventory. Where is our biggest loss? Your biggest loss is completely invisible. Normally, we are facing the different challenges like accountability. Recently, I comes across with one example. I'll just tell you the one example. Just to withdraw the one particular tools from the store, operator is starting from his machine, taking the signature of their particular supervisor from the issue slip, going to the store. 2 to 3 people are standing in the store to withdraw the tools, and the store people will issue that particular tool to respective operators, and then operator will start from his particular from the store to the machine, and he'll start his operations. So just to withdraw one particular tool from the machines, he normally take 5 to 10 minutes. So in most of the customer cases which I have completely observed, that 10 minutes required to just withdraw the one tool from the particular store. At the same time, machine is completely idle, production is stopped, man is not working, so this is completely loss for us. Similarly, just it is withdrawing tool from the store, it is a cost for the company, because let's say example the 10 minutes for one withdrawal for one machines. Let's say example I have the 100 machines. So just imagine the time consuming to just one withdraw the tools from the vending from the store. So similarly, there are another challenges, another traceability challenges we can observe. We can help you out to optimize inventory. So like so normally many companies are maintaining the are using the ERP and the SAP to manage their consumption. So ERP, SAP, yeah, still fine, they are having the multiple models are there. But from the store, whatever the data that we enter manually from the store, all the people from the entire organization can able to read those data only. That data can be manipulated. And we have the system that can be connected with your SAP ERP, which monitor the ground level consumption from the store, ground level consumption from your shop floor. So these are the different challenges. So now how these systems looks. We have the small demo unit which is installed next to the lunch place. During lunch time you can explore the small demo over there. So this is one of our model. We have the different models as well. This is a progressive draw technology. It's a 28 level machines. We have the different compartment sizes. All compartment customizable options are there. High capacity is there. Systems are expandable. Once we have the one master frame, we can expand the capacity as well. So I can add the images, I can select the multiple quantities, I can create the withdrawal kit as well. So I can create the job card as well, so there will be no searching time. I can manage the tool life, tool performance, all the parameters like a cost per component we can easily monitor in the systems. Apart from that, we are using the use tools, rework tools, all these tools we can measure. We can measure the performance as well. And the systems are reconfigurable. Let's say example, I have one system, later I can reconfigure it. We are present at different locations. Now, the important is that, yeah, we have the system, we have the everything. Now, the important is that we are setting the process for the company. So, quality is as the different mindset, different, there are so many opinions related to the quality we already heard. But we have to set up the process to have the better accountability, better control on the consumption. So, what is going to happen when we have the system on our shop floor? There is a benefits each level, like each hierarchy. Let's example, operator will get right quantity for the right operation. He cannot withdraw the wrong tool and start his operation. Every operator there is a biometric login credential. No one will use another tools and start his operations. Returnables we can collect from the system. For each and every tools there is a alert from the system to the store, production, to the purchase, to the management as well. So system will send you the stock wise, machine wise, operator wise consumption report, and the reports are customizable. And apart from that, the most important is that I personally observe in every organization there is a day stock. So when we talk about the running the business, it is that inventory carrying cost. Even the small companies, tier 2, tier 1 companies, they are carrying crores of inventory, like a cutting tools, other MRO items, the consumables as well. So our system help management to reduce the dead stock as well, because it will help to highlight the particular quantity as well. For the production, you can measure the avoid the downtimes. You can measure the tool performance, tool life parameters as well. In the purchase department, they will have the accurate historical data to order the material, to trace the on-order stock traceability. These are the benefits we can offer for each and every level of the organization, every hierarchy level. So this is all about the changes that we can observe after implementation of these systems. Now important is that why we are different, what top companies doing different than us. In India, out of 5 top CNC machine shop, we have 3 customers like Indo-MM, Sansera Engineering, and the Craftsman Automation. They all are using the systems. From headquarters, they can monitor all plants consumption on the systems. So let's example what exactly they do. They have the control access for all the tools. They can monitor the cost per components. They are having user level accountability, user level consumption monitoring they are having. So these are the different installation that we have did for key customers like Sansera, Craftsman Automation, and the Indo-MM. So apart from that, we have the multiple installation across the India. Now, this particular system is not specifically for the cutting tools applications. Apart from that, I can install the same system for my other consumables like gauges. I have some quality instrument. We normally face the calibration rate challenges, traceability. Apart from that, admin office goods, quality control, finishing goods, employee entrance, maintenance, warehouse. All consumables we can keep on the same platform, and we can manage all the consumables, durables of the factory, including oil, including quality instrument. We can measure, we can monitor all the things. Now important is that why supply point? We have the highest number installation across the globe. In India, we have the 1,000+ installation across the each industrial vertical, aerospace, automobile, general machining. The most important is that we are the OEM for many cutting tools manufacturer brands. Now our USPs is that whatever the software, whatever the hardware that you have seen, it is completely in-house developed. That is our USP. Most important is that we are available with the local and global support. Every city we have the service team, tech support team, they will support you. Globally, 75,000+ installation we have done. 25 years of experience. Just so nowadays, again, the many customers are telling, yeah, it's just a software development. We can develop the software, we can utilize it. But we have the 25 years of experience to iteration of the software. So whatever the inputs from last 25 years, we have already enabled in the software. It is at completely the next level. All products are CE and UL certified, and we have the office is in Pune. Pune is our headquarter. But apart from that, we have distributor experience center across the countries, north, east, west, south. We have the experience center where you can come visit and explore the solutions as well. So this is our complete product range. All products are customizable. So right from the cutting tools, gauges, long tools, boring bar, you can manage all the consumables of the factory. So we have the rotor points. The systems are expandable. Let's say example, I have one master frame, the system we can expand. And it's not like the many companies are asking, no, this system particular for the OEMs, though we cannot afford this. We have the customer from the owner base, we have the customer from the MSME category, we have the customer from the tier 2 categories. Yes, tier 1 OEMs are there, but apart from that, we have the smallest unit, we have developed for the owner based company, MSME categories. So these are the different product category. And the small mini modular we have installed at the outside. We love to demonstrate you. And thank you.
Thank you, Nilesh. I love the way you manage the inventory, you manage the time, and you were very quick. And thank you for your support. 17 more minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Can we would like to invite Mr. Anuj Tandon to honor Mr. Nilesh. Mr. Anuj, can we have on stage? Can we have a big round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, I know lunchtime is there. 17 more minutes. We have saved the best for the last. It's Satra, not Sattar. I'm trying to be very fast. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we have Mr. Krishna Rathod, Scientist F, Center Head, Project Planning and Business Development from Center Manufacturing Technology Institute, CMTI. Big round.
Good afternoon to all. Myself Krishna Rathod, Center Head PP and BD, CMTI Bengaluru. CMTI established on 27th March 1962 as a Central Machine Tool Institute. Now changed after 92 February, I think, Central Manufacturing Technology Institute, and with the joint collaboration of India and Czechoslovakia during 1962. So our profile strength is total 181 staff. Out of that, scientists 68 and technical staff 78, non-technical staff 35, and 325 project staff working with us. So main focus area is development of advanced machines and process technologies from TRL level 3 to TRL level 8, and providing value-added technical testing, calibration, consultancy services to industries, and training of manpower, skilling and reskilling of student internship and projects. So our key achievements are more than 500 machines and process technology we have developed over 65 years, mentored 6 institutes in India and abroad. CMTI authored Machine Design Handbook as a reference handbook for mechanical engineer designers. And we have 75 technologies ready for licensing, over 3,000 value-added technical services to industry in every year. So these are the technology we acquired over the years. See, our main focus area is ultra precision machine tools, special purpose machine tools, sensor controls and textile machinery, aircraft, LRUs and test rigs, precision metrology, smart manufacturing, industry 4.0, additive manufacturing, micro nano manufacturing machines and devices, industry employable manpower, skilling and reskilling. So, and the right side what you are seeing, machine tool design handbook, you can say it is a Bible or Geeta, whatever. So these are the machines what we have developed so far. So we have developed one tin screw mixer extruder. This technology is not available in India. We have developed from scratch, and it is supplied to DRDO lab, one of the DRDO lab, and actually we are machine tool developer, but we don't have any idea about what you call loom textile field. So we have developed one high-speed shutterless loom with 450 RPM capacity with the help of Ministry of Heavy Industry under Capital Goods Scheme. First high-speed loom built in India with the help of MHI. So now we are developing 550 next version, upgraded version. So, and solid propellant mixing machines, we have supplied almost 28 to 30 mixers in across the India. For example, DRDO lab and ISRO and all. So one of the biggest machines what we supplied is 10-ton capacity. So actually our customer took one quote from imported agency. They have quoted almost 140 crore per machine mixer. But we have developed in-house with 50 lakhs per machine. So that is what we have into. And under ultra precision diamond turning machines, we have developed 2 machines and supplied to BIRC. And we have technology, we have transferred the technology to Yes Design, one of the biggest machine tool manufacturers in India. And indigenization of LISA actuator of Tejas LCA 88. Okay. And second line testing for aerospace pumps. So pump and actuators we have developed in-house, and that technology also we have given to ADA for further manufacturing. So we have developed one smart foundry, IIoT enabled technology. So these are the handing over ceremony with ISRO chairman, and some of the cutting and edge preparation machine supplied to BIRC, and diffusion aluminization also we have developed for BIRC only. These are the mixers what we have supplied to various agencies. And even in loom technology, we have developed, we have to compete with our neighboring country like China and all. So our building cost is too high. So we have to reduce the cost of the China to compete with our neighboring country. So we have developed universal controller for high-speed rapier loom. That is 20% of the imported cost. We have reduced 80% of the cost, so that on par with neighboring countries' cost. And we have given solution to the vision-based inline specific inspection system for textile machine roller production line for Lakshmi Machine Works, Coimbatore, and we have given solution to the Tata Power for solar panel defect finding, and we have developed a digital fringe projection scanner, optical tracking system, and handheld scanner, and almost is cost competitive compared to imported cost. These are all some products developed in-house in first time in India. So solution also we have supplied to our customer. And one move pedo, it is not our uh, activity, but we have developed one device for monitoring cattle lameness to prevent involuntary culling of cows. So we have supplied this DIDL, NID, yeah, NDRI in Bangalore, so National Dairy Research Institute. This solution is already we have supplied to them. So these are some glimpses. We have supplied some more machine. So I wanted to go further fast. This is training activity. On the job training activity also we conduct half day we will conduct theoretical, and remaining half day we conduct on job training courses. So these are the under MHI scheme we have developed so many solutions and supplied to the customer. And this ultra precision turning machines what we have developed and supplied to the technology also transferred to the one of the leading manufacturer in machine tool manufacturer in India. And this smart foundry, left side what you are seeing is typical foundry environment. That has been converted into smart. So now we have developed bar only 2 kg foundry capacity, but if you want to further requirement, we will develop and supply. So under the capital MHA capital goods scheme, we have developed almost 16 technologies with 13 industry partners. So for example, these, okay, next will come. See, AOI, 3D imaging defect finding in printed PCB board, and BLDC wire mid-drive motor winding machines also we have developed with some technology partner. And we have developed M2C Edge link. These are under industry accelerator program we have developed. And smart tool holder also we have developed. Anybody interested, you can come and discuss with us. We will provide solution for them and transfer the technology. Some of the LRUs and the industrial leak tester panel also we have developed under this scheme. And we have transferred some few technologies. For example, in India, all ball screws and LM glideways are imported. More or less, all are imported. All machine tool manufacturers import the ball screw and LM guided technology. But we have developed the technology and transferred these technology to Jyoti machine tool, CNC machine tools, Ahmedabad. And we have developed 5-axis laser DED machine, 100% indigenized technology. So this volume is 1 by 1 meter cube. Capacity, biggest DED machines built in India so far. And Sushma 3D printer also, that is not a metal based, it is a polymer based technology we have developed in-house. And we are going to start in battery manufacturing production line also, because per now present day battery manufacturing production line is very, very important, and government is also providing funding fund to establish this technology. So We are looking technology partners to bring further ahead. And these are all future technology. So we wanted to develop indigenous CNC and drive motors. It is called Bharat CNC controller and feedback devices. And we are asking fund from our ministry. And in India, most of the machine tool manufacturers give accuracy of 10 micron and above. Below 10 micron, no manufacturers are there to build any such machines. So we wanted to develop in India to below 5 micron machines we wanted to build for example 3 special purpose machines and 8 precision and micro machines we have identified, and 3 smart machines also we have identified under this development of advanced manufacturing equipment. So I'll repeat it. So whatever I have told is 1 meter cube DD machine development. These are all our achievements. These are challenges, recommendations. So we are into, even we have taken some of the project for agri and food processing technologies. So medical nutrition, it is mainly useful for patients, those who don't have to take much food. So proper nutrition and all, our central CFTRI will give nutrition kind of thing, and CMTI will build machine for the 3D food printer. This is what we have developed and supplied to the CDAC Kolkata. Any type and shape you can achieve. Okay. This is the salient feature of food printer. Any requirement, please contact. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna sir. Do reach out to CMTI for their latest technology. I would like to invite Nitika Sharma to honor Mr. Krishna Rathod. A big round of applause for Krishna Rathod. 11 more minutes, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's lunchtime. I am asking 11. 5 is down. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have Mr. Swapnil Dalvi from QVI India? 11 more minutes.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. So I won't take much time, and my agenda here is to introduce our company, with QVI India, which is a 100% subsidiary of Quality Vision International USA, and OGP is our one of the brand in measurement systems. So the QVI is 100%. QVI India is a 100% subsidiary of Quality Vision International, as I said, and we are the world largest vision metrology company. And this is the aerial view of our factory, and our factory is located in Rochester, New York. Company founded in 1945. It's a privately owned company, and we are serving a broad range of industries: aerospace, automotive, medical, optics, photonics, machining, molding. So each and every segment, including general engineering application, we caters our machines. We have almost 500 employees worldwide and tech centers in 10 countries. In India, we have a tech center in Bangalore, and it's ISO certified company, and almost 80,000 systems have been installed in 78 countries. So here you can see the company history. So as I mentioned that we have introduced first profile projector back in 1945, and consistently we develop, and with the research and development, the profile projectors, and in 2000 we have debuted our smart scope video measurement systems. So here is the history of optical innovation. So in 1945 we have introduced first profile projectors, and we consistently develop the machines, and I proudly say that we are the pioneers in video measurement systems, where in 1995 we have launched our VMM on DOS operating systems. So in 2025 we have the multi-sensor video measurement systems and CMMs as well. So we have almost 85 different models in video measurement systems, starting from profile projectors, manual video measurement systems, large bed video measurement systems, multi-sensor video measurement systems, 3D scanners, short measurement systems, and CMMs. So in profile projectors we have two models. One is the benchtop and one is the floor models. So the beauty of this system is we have used our OGP's patented telecentric optical systems. It has LED illuminations, and it's available with the 14-inch, 20-inch, and 30 inches of field of view. Next product what we have is the C-Vision, which is the best of both worlds, which is a combination of video measurement systems and the profile projectors. It has a 4 inches of field of view and 6 inches of depth of focus. It also has digital CAD overlay, where we can import a CAD file and we can generate the steps. Third one, we have the snap machines, which is the shop floor machines. It required a minimal operator interaction. Simply we have to keep a part on a glass, and machine will automatically extract the features on the parts and gives the results. So it's a shop floor machine, ideal for 2D measuring or 2D parts. Again, it's complies with the full GD&T compliances. And OGP's bread and butter product, I would say, is the smart scope, which is accepted globally from the industry leader, with the smart scope series. So I'll introduce here the smart scope M series with the video. So I'll just run a video of the smart scope series.
Introducing OGP Smart Scope M Series multi-sensor metrology systems, powered by Zone 3 metrology software. Achieving precise and repeatable measurement accuracy in a high-volume production environment doesn't need to be challenging. Trust Smart Scope M Series to achieve accurate and repeatable results with full 3D capabilities that measure even the most nuanced details, all in one intuitive, easy-to-use system. Enhance your throughput instantly by quickly pivoting from the fully telecentric IntelliCentric optical system to tactile, non-contact, and laser sensors on just one machine. Measure faster and more at once, and simplify complex routines by centralizing your programming and rapidly measuring with automatic magnification, consistent lighting, and simultaneous validation. Get scalable technology that adds flexibility to meet today and tomorrow's needs with SmartScope M Series. The convenience of a CAD-based multi-sensor system featuring the latest in optical technologies empowers you to run inspections rapidly, address multiple application requirements, fast-track measurement routines, and quickly adapt your system to future business needs. Free your operators to accomplish more through faster evaluation, analysis, and collaboration. With intuitive Zone 3 software, your teams get the ease and flexibility they need and the repeatability they require to measure every component quickly and with greater precision. Lower your operational costs by having one machine do the work of multiple. With one multi-sensor system, you'll not only save on training, but you'll also decrease downtime, simplify maintenance, address multiple use cases, and so much more. Are you ready to measure fast and manufacture faster? Contact us to see what SmartScope M Series can do for you today.
Yeah, so that is for the SmartScope series, and we have multiple product range in terms of the sizes in M series. So it has the Intel-centric M optical systems, and it is a fully 3D multi-sensor capable machines. It has 4 models as of now: M7, M20, M45, and M50. It defines in the measuring inspection bed size. So M7 has a 250 by 150 by 200 mm bed size, and the floor machines M50 having a 450 by 600 by 200 mm bed size. So it has a multiple sensor options like grid projector, touch probe, TP20 and TP200 modules, plus with the low force and standard force. Scanning probe, we do have a feather probe which is patented by OGP. We have a TTL laser which comes from through the lens, and we do have a DRS laser which is a digital range sensor. Apart from this, we do have a rainbow probe and telestar probe. So these are we are suggesting based on the applications. So we are using our Zone 3 3D software with the machines, which is a fully 3D software. We can import CAD file, IGS step file. We can, with the help of these files, we can create the steps and we can run the program. So the inspection report is fully customized. It has a graphical view, tolerance view, and we can customize everything as per the customer's need. So why OGP? Because the OGP has a vertically integrated manufacturing facility. We have our own optics and fabrication shop. We have lace assembly shops. We do electronics built in-house. We do machining. We do assembly, final inspection. We do have our own optics shop, as I said. We have our own electronic shop. We have our own calibration lab where each and every machine is calibrated and shipped to across globe. We have multiple accreditations and ISO certifications. We have a large patent portfolio on the name of OGP, and we have a global sales support offices. In India, we are based in Pune and Bangalore with the tech centers, and apart from that, we do have the residential engineers. So the OGP machines have been adopted by the industry leader from the automotive, aerospace, electricals and electronics, general engineering applications. So each and every segments, the industry leaders are using OGP machines. So yeah, that's it from OGP, and we are kept our stall in the lobby. I would request everyone to have and visit our stall and discuss your applications. Thank you.
Thanks, Swapnil. Can we invite Mr. Ganesh Kakanitkar to honor Mr. Swapnil? 7 more minutes, and we have saved the best for that. Then we will have a group photo, and then we can have lunch. Swapnil, I know lunchtime. We are trying to be on time. And like I said, I have saved the best for the last, and this is the final presentation. I would like to invite Mr. Sandro Mock, Senior Director, Kellenberger, to speak and present. Mr. Sandro? Can we have Mr. Anuj? 7 more minutes.
keywords like COVID, quality, things like that. And what is the connection to it? As you might know, COVID is a virus. The virus is about the size of 0.125 microns in size. So we are talking about micron. That's another keyword we heard today, and quality. So Kellenberger always stood for quality, and in order to give you another figure, we grind today 0.2 millimeter. Means we cut off the head of a bacterium or of a virus on the machine. I think just to give you a relation to it, that's a fact, you know, and the bacteria is 5 microns big. So that would mean we cut off the head of a micron. So now I give over to my friend.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Dineshji, for choosing us as a machining partner. As we all talk about quality, precision, of course, but at the end, you need to have a quality machining partner. There we are as Kellenberger. One brand, one name, one brand, and we have endless possibilities. We normally cover most of the segment, whether it is aerospace, automobile, aviation industry, medical industry, wherever there is possibilities are, many people, manufacturers, machine manufacturers say, there we are. We normally give higher priorities to our innovation, the quality, durability, and long lasting. As a Swiss company, we are into that segment. I'm just quickly, because the time is running and people are waiting for the lunch, so I'm just going through very quickly. Kellenberger redefining the precision where all our partners, the machining partners, or I would say the quality partners come into the picture. Just to give you the overview about the Kellenberger globally, our headquarters is in Europe, in Switzerland, Golda. We have one plant in China, we are in America, and Mr. Sandro, who is our director, he is positioned in Malaysia to take care of Southeast Asian market, that we call it as rest of the world. So we are present everywhere globally. Just a quick overview about the company history. Started in 1890, Hardinge has took over, and then finally in 2025, we established as a Kellenberger India, based in Bangalore as head office, with having a team of application and after sales support. As you know that being as a Swiss group, Swiss company, we believe in giving value to the ethics. We take the responsibility. We believe in innovation, and we always say customer is the first. So as a one team, we are close to the customer and always look for the various options and endless possibilities. Just an overview about the product range. From the left side, if you see it, we are into the universal grinding, OD grinding machines, high precision grinding machines, like my colleague Sandro has highlighted. We talk about less than a micron because our spindle runout itself is 0.2 micron. So over and above anything which is customer required, we are there to provide the solution. We have various model in OD grinding, K10, K100, K1000, with endless grinding spindle possibilities, with 2 spindle, 3 spindle, 4 OD grinding spindle. Then we come to the internal grinding. That is also one of the area which is required a high precision for various industry. So we are having a range of ID grinding machine called VM30 and VM1000 based on the configuration, what the application is required. Then we are having a solution into hard turning, because in many applications customer don't want to have a grinding solution. They want to achieve the surface finish with a high hardness of up to 65 HRC. So there we are as a hard turning solution provider. Then we have newly launched during the last EMO the multitasking machine, that is mill turn, the model called TM300. So that is now we are offering. From the right side, if you see it, the multifunction, the high speed machining we are into, with where the high production is required, there we have the solution. The very high precision operation, we call it as jig grinding, mainly for the die and mold industry, for the sheet metal industry. We have a jig grinding solution with 2 different models called H2000 and H4000. It is all 8-axis machine, high precision. We talk about a spindle RPM of even up to 1,50,000. So very high precision holes can be easily grind on jig grinding. And proudly I would say at present, this jig grinding, we are one of the leading manufacturers globally, and I would say that proudly in most of the tool rooms we are there. You find it, our jig grinding machine. Then we talk about the automation as the application required. We have a automation solution which can be integrated with our grinding machine and our turning machines. So overall, if you see it, we are actually a high precision machining partner to the industry, where we can provide you the endless solution for the requirement for the industry. So finally, we have our own research. We are regularly doing the development for the customer requirement. We have an application team in India and in abroad in various locations. And finally, the customer service. As we all know, if we keep our customer happy, we are closer to the customer to provide them the solution. So we have to strengthen the customer service. There we are. In India, we have strengthened first when we started our Kallenberger India. We strengthened our customer service support, and after that we started into the marketing. So that's the philosophy we follow. So this is just an overview before closing it. The operational services, the service performance, the data services. We have the unanimous experience of more than 100 years into providing the solution. So all with that experience, we are there closer to the customer to provide them a solution. Yes, finally, we have discussed lot different segments of the industry today. We are into semiconductor. We have the machine to provide wafer grinding solution for the semiconductor industry. Aerospace, we have well-established name in India, even in different aerospace companies, into especially into the government sectors like Hindustan Aeronautics and etc. We are into medical industry, where the artificial joints has to be required high accuracy. There we have the solution, and of course the automation, like I mentioned earlier. So as we said, the policy is to be with the customer, always with the customer, and closer with the closer to the customer. That's what we follow. Thank you very much for this in a short period. I would just like to share one video, or to show one video, probably if you can help me to run that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anuji. Now I would like to invite Mr. Krishna Rathod. Sandro, can we have you on stage? And we would also like to invite Mr. Cosima Charida to honor Mr. Anuj and Mr. Sandro. Sandro, we would like to you also to be on stage. Two minutes and we break for lunch. I know we are delayed. Ramana, can you please come and give the closing speech, and then we have a group photo, and then we break for lunch. And I try to be on time, ladies and gentlemen. But like I said, it's Indian Railways, huh?
सर्वांना माझा नमस्कार. पुन्हा यात येणं मला खूप आनंद झाला. आपल्या सर्वांचा मनःपूर्वक आभार. Good afternoon everyone. As we conclude the Pune chapter of Makers of Bharat, I would like to sincerely thank our speakers, partners and participants for making today's event insightful and inspiring. Today we heard powerful perspectives from industry leaders, technology experts and academicians. And if there is one message that stood out throughout the day, it is this: quality is no longer optional, quality is no longer exceptional, but quality is expected by customer. In today's competitive world, quality gets you noticed, but engineering excellence gets us respected. Pune has always represented the best engineering in Indian automotive and manufacturing industry. This city has always built its reputation through innovation and precision. Engineering is where ideas earn the right to become reality, and Pune is that reality. Today, the world is looking at India. The question is, are we ready for the world? Because global leadership does not begin in global markets. Global leadership begins in shop floors. It begins with standards, it begins with discipline, it begins with consistency. And as someone deeply involved into manufacturing systems, I strongly believe before we become world-class manufacturers, we must become world-class followers of standards. Friends, India's manufacturing future cannot be built by few large companies alone. It will be built by thousands of world-class MSMEs in India. The MSMEs in India today are not just suppliers, they are innovators, they are problem solvers, and they are job creators. They are the real growth engines of manufacturing Bharat. भारत का MSME प्रगति रथ का पहिया है. Indian MSMEs are the wheels of progress of India. As we look back at our Makers of Bharat journey, Belgavi brought us together. Hosur showed us that quality drives competition. Pune has reminded us today that engineering excellence drives global leadership. And therefore, this is not just an event, this is a movement celebrating the makers who are driving Bharat forward. Let me convey one thought: the world does not reward efforts, the world rewards excellence. And finally, the future of Bharat should not be imported, the future of Bharat should be engineered in Indian manufacturing sector. Thank you, Jai Hind. Request you all to join us for lunch and enjoy networking. Thank you, reach home safe. Request you all to please join us for a group photograph.